However. However. Fuck, there really is 4 days remaining of the event. I guess Vignette events are shorter, but what the hell? Because I guess it started on Thursday. It ends on 18th? Okay, well, Thursday to Thursday. Okay, yeah. Interesting. I don't know if Arknights visible. What the heck? What is Arknights doing over there? There you go. Guru. Something funny. Apparently, when you on Twitch, if you do your whole like stream streak thingy, if it has a message attached to it, it doesn't come up on the like on-screen overlay. Interesting. Guru for the YouTube chatters. Streak thing is so bloaty anyway. It doesn't look that bloaty on my screen, but I mean, yeah. Twitch has many things which make chat bloaty. Maybe on the other side? Whee. My default side? But yeah, also, no way the Enfield guy is doing something other than Enfield. Fucking unheard of. We have readings to do. Which, however, does make me... It does make me think, because obviously now we know when Enfield is releasing. And it's the anniversary for Enfield, which is going to be 22nd of January, is 7 days or like 6 days before the anniversary of Global Arknights, which is the 16th of January. So like you have like at most a week between the anniversaries essentially for Global. Which might mean that, for example, indeed, when it comes to like, you know, the Global Anniversary event, not a whole lot of time to interact with that before it then gets superseded by, let's be real, a somewhat bigger anniversary. Really gotta be there, like, ready to read the Global Annie event in Arknights, like, instantly. And also, yeah, indeed, like, that's the thing, it's like, the Global Anniversary event gets 1 week, about 1 week, at most 1 week of time to, like, sit on its own. Though also the hype is gonna already be drummed up for Enfield Anniversary, you know, before that. But you have like at most a week. And then obviously the latter half, the next 2 weeks of the Global Annie event will be happening like... will just kind of unfortunately get kind of covered by Enfield's anniversary being right at the same fucking time. At least for me, however, it actually still ends up kind of working because, you know, I'll read the story on week 1 or like pretty much right away as I usually do. So. And yeah, right, yeah, CCB4 is 23rd. That's the lucky thing, however, is indeed that, like, in a way, I'm kind of lucky that I get to read the anniversary event story, at least, before Enfield does anything. And then, you know, then I can focus on Enfield. Because then, necessarily, the EX stages and stuff in the anniversary events, or contingency contract, God forbid, are frankly not my main interest anyway. So in a way, I get to, like, just barely dodge it and actually do both things sort of with full attention in the way that I want to. But it does mean that if I get like delayed at all, if I get delayed at all for reading, it could cause some funny things. However, also then it's kind of funky that it ends up almost being maybe better that the Arknights global anniversary events are usually not like as big of an event because of the, you know, the schedule difference. We have summer events in global anniversary. And usually summer events are not quite as hype as some of the other events. It might end up working out in a weirdly useful way. Unless, of course, they keep up the current pace on Arknights updates. And we actually end up catching up more. And we would have a different event as our anniversary event. Because the schedule sure has been funny. It has been funny. I have some money. Can I buy any money? Or can I buy one money? I can buy Rephasic and Enantiomer, which already I have 6 of apparently. Data supplement instrument that I go through so rarely. I do so few module 3s. Chip catalysts, which I still have 40 of. 450 data supplement sticks? How about you give me more of these? Not these. These. Module box, please. Don't laugh at me, Cubic. It was an accident. I've been slowly using them up. I used to have almost 70. I mean, you need them eventually, yeah. Like, I have not had to buy catalysts for a long time. And I still have 40 of them. So it's gonna be a funny day when I go to do an E2 and I go to make the chips and then I realize, oh, I'm out of catalysts. No way. Either Armisi or Kunha. Okay, I don't have that much money to buy stuff with. I actually have not done the stages either. We'll see if we maybe do the stages afterwards, but I do just want to read first. We have how many? 7? Yeah, 7. Okay, these are usually 7 these days. Rarely, sometimes like 6 or 8. Also, look at this. When I was unlocking these, I just saw this guy or whatever this thing is. It's like, damn, who that? I am a bit of an LMD millionaire, it's true. Who this? Ballhead. How very the presence of them. Also, some kind of somewhat cute pink woman. Bird. And I mean tiger guy. Tiger guy. Well, he's ball. Ball guy. We should just maybe get to read it. We could just hop right into it. Pink woman enjoyers winning. Also, I mean, leizi enjoyers also winning. Why mummy and pink woman have eyes closed? They're very sleepy, yeah. They're also like looking, you know, like they're like tilted towards each other. Everyone else got their eyes open? Yep, except these two. They're just a bit eepy. Whereas Hujun, the lazy bit. I actually have like no idea what goes on in this one. I mean, it should somehow tie into IS6 stuff, obviously. Or, well, presumably, considering it's sort of the paired event with it. Let's hope I don't get some phlegm. I had some phlegm earlier today. Do I have my... Well, I guess I'll check once I actually need to click forward. Do I have my functioning keyboard shortcut? Our tale begins in a modest tea house. Its building hardly tall enough for the 2 floors it's split into. The interior is simply furnished, the space neither cramped nor bare. 10 wooden tables meticulously laid out, seats 6 each. The tea stains have been scrubbed as much as they'll permit. It all speaks to a diligent owner. Wait, not playing Arknights? What do you mean? It's right there. It's right there. Arknight right there. Right there. The tea house's server casts ladles of water across the floor as he mops each and every tile to a mirror sheen. Seems a while since his tea house last welcomed a guest. One wonders what sort of customer would warrant such a conscientious welcome. And with perfect timing, they come in. It's just some goons? The other Arknights. One, two, a party of 2? Welcome, this way. Would you like a pot of tea to start? We're fine, first thing first. Is Mongshan Town? It is Mongshan Town. Are you the shopkeeper of this place, or the server? I'm the server. Keep not in. The keep is not in. What are those? Very... The dialogue, like very... Boop, 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 boop. Are you the server? I'm the server. It's like I'm hearing myself echo. At least you give answers. One more question then. Did a stranger from outside come by today? They did? When? What do they look like? Right now. 2 people. Both bandit. Technically correct. Wang Banan, don't you screw around with us. Violence. The bore of a man's temper flares, and he throws a hefty palm across the server's face that sends him crashing to the floor. Bitch slapped him. Damn. But the server does not anger in kind. He calmly picks himself up and stands up again, like none of that just happened. What strange guest you are. No tea, no wine? It's beyond me to serve you then. Kid, be nice, he just works here. Check the kitchen in the back, and close every door shut while you're in there. So rude to server, man. Take it easy, of course we want tea. But we're waiting for someone first. We need to have our tea with her. Ah, they're waiting for leizi, okay. Yeah. I'm looking for leizi. More bird woman. But never mind, it wasn't. They weren't waiting for leizi. I thought they were waiting for leizi. No, it's a different bird. Not different bird. Leizi, not bird. And in short order, the proclaimed +1 arrives. Oh, clever girl. Awooga. This is quick. Scarcely has the girl stepped inside to look around when the tip of a crossbow bolt nestles against her back, and the point of a machete to her throat. Violent. Bird in the British sense. Fair, fair. See, I was actually correct all the time. Look at that, it's the Liu brothers. Who knew I'd bump into you here? I think you wouldn't have come if you did know. Still good to see you. Now stick around. Server boy, shut the door if you don't mind, and hang up the close sign. Then we'll take a pot of tea. Thank God, at least they're taking some tea. Are they gonna pay for their tea as well? Here's your tea, take your time. 3 blades of wind and cloud treating me to tea. Well, the Heartlands know you. I feel like a VIP now. With 3, there's only 2 of them. Shame it's just the 2 of us now. 2 days ago you framed our trio with that secret tome. Sick 3 whole gangs and the human garrison on our asses. 100 men, maybe more, all hunting us down. I made it, he made it. Youngest brother died outside by Zal. Of course the youngest one. So, what we do but invite you for a cup of tea? Absolutely. We should say cheers to your Jungho heroes for making it here. Here, may I toast you with 2 of my toast you 2 with my tea in place of wine? Toast you 2 with my tea is a lot of tea sounds. A lot of short tea words. And then, after meeting on such good terms, we can part on them too. You need to shut the... Let's cut the chit-chat. Do you still have the secret tome? So you called wind of the deal. Is that why you were waiting for me here? That's right. What happened to my guy, Mr. Pooh? Don't tell me you killed him. Guess. And there's nothing I can say to convince you that you don't want this tome. You already screwed us over once. If we don't get this tome today, then the wrong you stuck on us and the death of our third brother will both go unanswered. Alright, now I'm curious. Do you find heroes really know how this tome here came to be? Or do you find? Not do you find. Do you find heroes? Of course. Rumor has it the Grandmaster of Human who perfected the martial arts wrote all of his learnings in a tome before waiting out of the Jung-Hu. And not long ago, the tome finally fell into the commoners' hands, though almost no one actually say they've seen it. Your brother did some asking around too, all signs pointing to you having the tome. Oh, they're looking for Chongus' book? So presumably you two want the tome so you can master the ultimate kung fu? Claim first under heaven? What I'm asking is, what will this do for you in the long run? Will you rule the Jung-Hu with an iron fist? Will this avenge your dead brother? Or are you going to duel to the death once you realize there can only be one fist under heaven? First under heaven. Pushing your luck. Bring it out. He says, making a subtle show of his machete again. To which the girl can only shake her head and sigh. She pulls out a small parcel from her travel bag. Its rectangular dimensions are those of a book, no doubt. Fine, fine. It's not like I needed the tome anyway. I'm just gonna sell it to, well, anyone. So, fine gentleman, what's your bid? Because as a note, the last buyer I had lined up set the bar high. She says, gesturing a 7 in the air. $7? Whoa! I have a better offer. Your life. Sir, there's no reasoning with you if you do business like this. As I see it, it's already a very fair offer. If my info's right, the Grandmaster's tome was meant for the general leading the human guards. I don't know how you got your hands on it, but it can't have been legal. We're bandits, fine lady, and you're a crook. We do us and you do you. Justice and injustice are both above our pay grade. Woof, you're no fun. Alright. Pretty screwed down on this one this time. You got the stuff? Can I go now? Not yet. I'm gonna be a delicate man, but I know a trouble magnet when I see it. If I let you blab about this to the entire Jung-Hu, I fear we won't live to train as the tome instructs. Well, you can cram it a little and get a little smarter too. Who knows? Say some jibber jabber for your next life. I thought the price was her life. They broke the deal. If there is next life, remember this. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. They don't know, I think. I think they're not unaware of something. What the? The man can hardly process the sight of his machete dropping to the ground. His unwavering grip has never betrayed him throughout his grueling years in the Jung-Hu. And now he can't even hold his own blade. Shit, bro, I think someone here poisoned us. Damn. Okay, well, that's not what I was expecting. Oh, never mind, she's also down? I poisoned you. They got served. The server, of course. The most dangerous of occupations. Producing a hemp rope from out of nowhere, the server silently busies himself. In a flash, the 3 incapacitated guests are bound up like zongzi on the plate and deposited neatly in the corner. Figures I'd mistake you for just a tea house server, sir. My eyes must be going bad. Poisoning us so finely, it must be a Jung-Hu old-timer too. Tell us your name. If we're dying, at least we should go out known. You weren't mistaken. Just a tea house server. No Jung-Hu old-timer. My friends call me Huojun. I imagine you know Mr. Pooh too, then? Mr. Pooh. He's one of those very friends. One more thing, if you don't mind. This tome. Why do you want it? To leave this town. It holds 520 families, and going around visiting each one takes 2,900 steps. Meticulous. For years upon years, neither number has changed at all. I want to get away from here. But if I want to leave, there needs to be some change. If I want some change, I need this secret tome. Do you? I understand what you're getting at, sir. No matter. It's not as if all the realm was made for human minds to comprehend. Yeah, fair. It's easy. easily convinced. We've fallen to you, admit it. Kill us or whatever and just do what you like. Fallen to you? Romantic. Whether or not you admit you've fallen to me doesn't change anything. Bookish teen. Sir, you've gotten what you came for. Why bother taking anyone's life? He's a teen? Who the hell are you? Why did you seat yourself? If you'd have my name, it's Yu Qingping. I was just passing through on my travels. I've been sitting here since noon, actually. You were just so fixated on the secret tome, I naturally didn't enter your sight. Catching sight of the elusive boy, Hu Jung grips his dagger tight, but following a moment of thought, he lets go again. I have no reason to fear you. I treated all the water in this tea house. You should be poisoned too. You wouldn't need to fear me anyway, sir. I'm just a scholar who couldn't even trust a featherfowl. Nothing I could do to you in a fight. But you insist on saving these people? Yes, I asked for you to look down on them with kindness and not to kill again. These people are not good people. If he'd gone to tome just now, he would have silenced everyone else all the same. He even said so himself just now. They may be utter scoundrels, but surely your heart is still a good one, sir. So why sully your own innocence for them? You just said kill again, so he's already killed before? Just hand them to the authorities, and justice will take care of them as a matter of course. As for the secret tome, I'll swear to keep my mouth shut. How about it, sir? Well, you talk reminds me of my friend. He's a good person. You must be too. That's how you judge it? But for now, I cannot trust you. I won't kill you, but I will ask you to step forth so I can tie you up. He tried. Knock, knock, knock. Open door! You didn't want trouble, and yet troubles come knocking. No noise, or else all four of you are dead. Cooperative nod. What the fuck was that Psy SFX you made? It was the Psy SFX of... First of all, she appears. Of a bookish teen. Excuse me, is this tea house closed for the day? Oh. 3 of the people in there are screwed. Dear Auntie Qingyang, I hope this letter finds you well. I'm gonna have to be reading so many Chinese names in this one. I heard about your resignation. I don't know the specifics, but I admire you deeply for your courageous act. No wonder Mother always exhorts me to follow your example. To make a long story short, I have something urgent I want to entrust to you in this letter. An old friend of mine called Yung Qingping came with me to Baizhao. We've been due to return and report back to the Sui regulator, but 3 days ago he went missing. My friend is a very careful person. Doing AWOL like this is unusual to say the least. I fear for the worst. I'm using AWOL. Based on the clues I've found, he was last headed out of the city via the north edge, in the direction of Mount Meng, same as your return trip to the Chanshu Borough. I was going to search for him myself, but the Sui regulator has been inundated lately, not to mention whispers of another incident in Father's army. I'm all but stuck here. You're the only one who can help me find my friend's whereabouts now, Auntie. I've enclosed a photo of him with this letter. If you find him, I beg you contact me ASAP. I'm assuming this is the Asian type auntie, where they're not actually related even, and it's just like they're close enough where it's just they're all aunties and uncles if you're close enough. Oh yeah, because it's fucking Zola. Yours in due deference, Zola. Blessings. May your health be sound and your vacation merry. Vacation? You're awake making her work on her vacation? P.S. Please show up at our next reunion dinner, Auntie. I'm sure Father and Mother are eager for the stories surrounding your resignation. Okay, so this is actually continuing fairly close off of the U event then. Oh, pretty colors and nice mountains in the back. That morning. The nerve of this boy. Now he's sending me on missions. Courageous act. What nonsense. No respect for elders. She's old! Before she knows it, Ling Qingyang has set foot into this strange town. It's a rustic one. Low buildings litter about, few wander the streets. The scene here is a still and peaceful one. Mount Meng always have a town like this at its foot. This is odd. I'll signal as soon as I enter. Didn't think the Chanshu Borough had missed any nearby towns with signal towers. Classic. Bad 4G. Hey, young lady. Oh, true. Okay. Well, I mean, okay, to him, she's a young lady. Young lady, I've never seen you before. Are you from outside? How rare, how very rare. Correct. Are outside visitors infrequent here? There used to be. Lately, there's been more. Not surprised. The entrance to this town is very remote and not marked on any maps to boot. Totally not suspicious town. Sorry, do you happen to know the way to the nearest Tianxi Bureau? Tianxi Bureau. Can't say I've heard. He repeats himself. Can you point me to the road out of town then? I didn't take full note when entering and I lost the way I came by the time I thought to look back. What's with all these mysterious towns you get lost in Yan? Out of town. I don't know, I've never been out. You don't know? Slow down. Have a pancake, take your time, look around. Everything is done when it's done, no rushing it. Suspicious old man. I'm assuming you live here? How long have you lived here for? Me, yes I do. I've been here ever since a pastry lit the first fire in my belly. He's got dementia. Lit a fire in your belly? Thank you, I'll keep looking. Leizi's also just like, okay, this one's fucking lost it. This one's senile. Young lady, pancakes. Fresh from the oven. Have one. No thanks, I'm not hungry. Did you just dig that out from your pocket? The pancake is oven fresh? It's done now. Well done now. Ouch! Scalding. You're holding this to your chest? No rushing it. Go back to looking, young lady, until you're heated through just right. You're heated through. Pancake merchant. Excuse me, wait. 8,991, 8,992, 8,000... Careful, are you hurt? Gaze fixed on the ground, a young woman walks headfirst into Ling Qingyang and promptly tumbles straight to the ground, where something falls out of her clothes. Ling Qingyang immediately checks her over and then turns to look back, only to find the old man with the pancakes is nowhere to be seen. Umbrella. Mister told me not to let go of my umbrella. Here, this letter, it fell out of your sleeve. The girl hurriedly takes her umbrella, then with difficulty stuffs the letter back in her sleeve. Ling Qingyang looks at the clear blue sky. Try and stand up, young miss. Let me help you. Everyone's fucking kooky in this place. This girl's so light. How far did I count just now? 8,993? 8,994. 8,995. Young miss, are you alright? Do you need me to take you home? Home? I can't go home. I promised to meet him at the tofu stall. Oh no, he told me it was a secret to protect it with my life, not to tell anyone, even if they beat me to death. About the tofu stall? Did you hear that? Did you hear about my secret meeting with him at the tofu stall? That's your personal business? Let's say I didn't hear. Thank goodness, rather not get beaten to death. Where did I count up to? 8,996? What are you counting? He told me to count to 9,000 when I go to meet him, and once I do... Oh no, I said it again. I'm gonna get beaten to death. If I'm not missing something, I think beat you to death is just a brand of Yunni's hyperbole. Unless you're telling me, miss, you believe your life is in danger. 8,997, 8,998, 8,999, 9,000. It's time. I'm off to see him. What the fuck? This place kooky as hell. Really? There's something strikingly odd about the people in this town. Really? You think so? What's this? Is this the letter that fell out of her sleeve? Classified scoop, not for prying eyes, in full caps. Wait, miss. I was not expecting another extremely kooky town. But they seem to be a common theme in these Yan events. Hujun, I'm here to see you. Shh, quiet, this way. Hujun, why did I have to count to 9,000 before seeing you? My lips are chapped from counting out loud now. Who said you had to count out loud? I had no other choice. That's the only way you know how to keep track of time. Oh, she's dumb. Did anyone see you come here? A bunch of people, but none of them know I was coming to see you. You get the stuff? What is this, a freaking drug deal? Yep, in Mister's cabinet, second drawer, it said classified scoop, not for prying eyes on it. Give it to me. Alright. Oh no, okay. I can't find the letter. I must have lost it on the way. But that's alright. I read what was inside. It said, 3/4 past the hour of way, deal at the old tea house. You sneaked a look at the contents and you lost the letter itself. What's wrong, Hujun? You're crinkling your forehead up so hard. It makes you look terrifying. I don't like it. You're sure that's what it said? The time? 3/4 past the hour of way? Yeah, I can't actually tell the time, but my memory's really good. Hujun, what's wrong? Say something. Do I have to count to 9,000 again before you stop ignoring me? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, stop that. Hujun, I really don't like you being this way. Your face looks so scary. Changed. Oh wait. Is it him? Xiaoshu, I trust you dearly. If everything goes smoothly, I was planning to get out of here with you. We could leave together. But you're not ready yet. You haven't learned to keep secrets. That's why I can't... What are you doing? You can't hide it from me. Your eyes are wet, Hujun. You're hurting a lot, aren't you? Mister says, when things get wet, I shouldn't jump straight to wiping them, but I can help by blowing on them. Are your eyes a little drier now? What? Huh? No, I think you should just wipe them. Okay. Everyone in this town is fucking insane. You held my hand too tight just now. Now there's wrinkles in it. In your hand? Goodbye, Xiaoshu. What the? What did he do? Not the NPC woman. Oh no. This direction she went. I know it. How'd she lose me so fast? Said she was meeting up at the tofu stall. That should be right. Ah, there. Far across the alley, Ling Qingyun spots the umbrella the girl was sporting. She hurries over, intending to return the lost letter, but as she draws near, it becomes obvious. The umbrella lies forlorn on the ground, the girl unaccounted for. Beaten to death. For real, for real. Welcome, this way. Sit wherever you like. I'm assuming this is happening still after the starting scene. I mean, okay, well, yeah, should, because obviously that's when the record keeper went missing. I asked because I saw the sign hung up outside. It closed or not? If a guest comes for tea, then we can hardly keep closed. I'm actually not sure that's how it works. Would you like a pot of tea to start? Go sure. The scent of the green tea is positively pungent. Ling Qingyun reaches a hand, but stops. The server of this tea house? Do you have time for a few questions? Please ask Greg. I'll do all I can to answer. I mean, okay, first of all, the tea is still fucking poisoned. I see this tea house is situated in the most bustling part of town. Like, closed for the evening in the middle of the afternoon. Instant interrogation. We play by ear, you see. Sometimes nobody wants a drink of tea. What if a customer was coming here for something other than tea? Sometimes our guest needs a shelter from the rain and a spell to rest. They're welcome inside to sit for a while, yes? Drink tea or don't, but if you don't take tea and you don't plan on leaving quietly, then the problems begin. If you don't take tea, also problems begin. That's fair enough. You make me wonder. Did you get any troublesome customers like that today, before closing up shop? My guests today all drank tea, so they weren't problematic. Last question. Just caught my eye, honestly, but there's what looks like a spot of paint stuck to your label. You're a tea house waiter, not a studio painter. Where'd you get paint like that on your clothes from? One more thing. I have to see this color of paint today, on an umbrella. Is that painter brother? But we have painter sister. We have another painter? You look awfully anxious. What's the matter? I mean, look at the time. Didn't you close it ages ago? Your deal, I mean. 3/4 past the hour of way. Brain working in overtime, Hujun promptly flips the table up, cutting off Ling Qingyun's line of sight to him, just long enough for him to scramble like mad to the upper floor. Halt! Help! Is it bookish teen? I get the loud woman. Is she loud as well? No, I don't think I need to save my rolls. I'm saving. I have other things to get. You. Oh, she appears already. Pink woman. Heartless swordswoman. You have the secret tome, so he tricked me. Give it to me. You asked for it then. Oh, scary woman. Thank you, Deputy Minister Lin. I never imagined I'd run into you here. How do you know me? Wait, hold on. You're Yongqing Ping? I have heard much about you from Zuo. It's an honor to finally meet. But according to Zuo, you're missing. Missing? Did Zuo not see the letter I left him? I really feel like I should have foreseen that. Zuo can't read? Set that aside for now. What's going on here? The three beside me got into a fight, I think over some kind of treasure, and then... Three? What do you mean three? Ling Qingyang glances over again. There's two bandits bound up like fowl, but all that lies next to them is a pile of severed hemp rope. Oh, that's strange. Escape. Curses. Leizi was just trying to have a vacation, and now she's mixed up in some bullshit. Look at those big old horns with her big old... Actually, infection monitors on her horns? Did I see that right? Ling Qingyang hurries out into the street, where a good few townsfolk are milling around to see what the commotion is. She hears a single sharp strike. She sees someone crash through the upper floor window and fall to the road hard, right in front of the tea house's entranceway. It's a funny image. She fully expects to see someone injured, possibly even a corpse, but all that greets her eyes is a pile of shattered teapot shards. My loud woman will be M9. I wouldn't mind having her, but yeah, I mean, I used quite a few rolls on Tragodia without getting him, so I need to save a little. Mr. Pooh! Hello, Mr. Pooh. To quote, once written word and painted scene fall to the masses to critique, all time itself might as well end. Once wear and lacquer bear appraisal by the street vendors, the injustice should damn us all. Oh boy, it's a fucking art snob. But who? My potted brother who? My potted brother. I am no such common folk, if I might say, and when, in all the days we drank together, did I fall victim to the wine? Tell me, how did I ever do you wrong? Without you now, my drinking friend, where do I find someone to share a toast again? Oh yeah, his Story of the Stone would be a Dream of the Red Chamber reference, wouldn't it? No way. Hongus. Mister, bad news. Hujun's dead. What? When did this happen? How could this... It was in that tea house he always stays in. He was sent flying from the second floor and fell to his death. It must have been that wicked woman who did it. She'll probably come for us too. Why do I always teach in this... No, what do I... Not why. Why do I always teach in this school? No. What do I always teach in this school? Don't speak lightly of what you never saw. You didn't see it with your own eyes. How can you jump to conclusions? But, mister, you also told us to deduce everything we can. That is a bit contradictory, isn't it? That wicked woman's been killing so many people. How could Hujun's killer be anyone except her? Deduce everything you can is for logic, not for happenings, and especially not for people. Okay, fine, fair, okay. You wouldn't want others to turn their malice on you. You should imagine others wouldn't want your malice turned on them either. That is reasonable. But if a person errs and you say thus they can do nothing but err, that is not reasonable. Never mind that now. We'll be taking a lot longer to cover all the ethics here. We have more pressing matters at hand. Truly a teacher. Almost went on a fucking lecture. Hujun fell from the tea house and perished. Did anyone collect his remains? Very casual about it. I definitely saw that part with my own eyes. After Hujun fell, a woman dressed like a Tenshi picked up his pieces and took them away. Okay, well apparently fucking Hujun is made out of pots. What is a Tenshi doing here? It's no laughing matter. You sure that's what you saw? Absolutely, definitely. The Tenshi was right there when Hujun fell. And then after that I even saw the Tenshi going around asking people things while carrying his corpse. Carrying pot shards. What a rotten turn. We're in a bind now that he was seen. But as long as Hujin's remains are with that Tenshi, then above everything else, we need to find some way to get him back. You mean you want us to steal Hujin's corpse from that Tenshi? Is it stealing? How many times have I told you? Let's refer to the remains of our deceased as remains, not as corpses. Also say purloin, not steal. Look, you might change the word. Does it change what it is, though? I've taught you this too. If it's for your own selfish sake, it's stealing. But if it's... No, never mind, we're short on time. The Tenshi will be here any moment. As I taught you, each of you, go take your places. Pardon me, you must be Mr. Pooh? Mr. Pooh. Okay, but, you know, the Hujin was a fake being made out of pots. Ling Qingyang is silent as she enters the tiny schoolhouse, and stays silent as she proceeds to carefully scrutinize each and every object. After enough time passes for an incense wick to burn out, the elderly teacher sat watching her finally can't help but ask. That was a fairly long time. Incense sticks do not burn away that fast. Excuse me. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ling Qingyang, a Tenshi from the Tenshi Burrows. I guess as much from your dress. Do you often chat with Tenshis, Mr. Pooh? There's a Tenshi Burrow neighboring this town. The townsfolk's lives wouldn't be much without a care for your Tenshis, hence why I recognize. And, Tenshi Lin, what exactly brings you here today? This may sound funny, but something odd has happened on my very first day here in Mengsheng Town. There's a tea house in the south with a serenade Hujun. At 3/4 past the hour of Wei this afternoon, he poisoned 4 customers and held them hostage. Okay, never mind. So it was there. I wasn't... They were happening actually like right back to back. The deal at the tea house was the one we saw at the start. Okay. Timeline corrected in my brain. I just so happened to witness it, and right as I was going to apprehend him, I saw him plummet from the 2nd floor with my own eyes. I went over to see where he'd landed, and all I found was a shattered teapot. Thought I must have been seeing things, but the fact of the matter is, multiple other people saw what I saw. So you mean someone fell from upstairs, died, and turned into a broken teapot? That's one for the history annals. Tenshi Lin, would you let me have a look at this teapot? Pretending not to know. Ling Qingyang reaches into her bag, brings out a wrapped bundle, and sets it on the table. Mr. Pooh is moving to take it when Ling Qingyang suddenly places a hand on it. One moment, please, sir. I'd like you to answer a few questions first. She loves asking questions. Of course, Tenshi, ask away. While making my inquiries about the deceased, a lot of townsfolk said they knew of a Hujun, and that you and this Hujun were apparently well acquainted. What plagues me as odd is I reside in Baizhou most of the time, just a stone throws away from the foot of Mount Mang. Yet I've never heard anyone mention Mengsheng Town. And there's not a single official tending to the town. Everyone resolves their disputes here instead at your school. Sounds to me like you hold quite the sway here. Nonsense. Tenshi Lin, I can answer all your questions now. This town used to be lively in the old days, but time marched on and Baizhou kept on building itself bigger and bigger, till all our youth ran off to the city to find work and left our town population to dwindle. Many such cases in Asia. Oh, actually just kind of everywhere, isn't it? This feels like it's especially problematic in Asia, but also, I mean, it's a fucking lie. This town is weird as hell. We still hang on to the town title, but fact is, we're only 500 or so households. Factor in the nearby Tenshi Borough, and we never do get disturbances. That's why the Imperial Court left us be. As for myself, I read a book or two in younger times, that's all. I was a penniless scholar without not even enough knowledge to pass any entrance exams, so all I could do was stay here, teach the children to read, and scrape by. So it's been for years. Folks call me Mr. like I'm a wise man. They come to me when they run into trouble or want a penny for my thoughts. Makes me feel like a house of cards. Okay, so that was also the Mr. that the NPC girl was referring to. I think you're too humble, sir. Bringing up the youth is a virtuous thing. You have every right to be proud of yourself. But something I've noticed, sir. Your collection is in here, the books, calligraphy, paintings, antiques, curios, stationery. Like, it's just curios. Curious things. It's just curious objects. None of these things are just for your average wear. Well, no, you're mistaken, Tenshi Lin. These are presents from my Tenshi acquaintances. Odds and ends from all over, mixed up in one place. Just a little old, nothing valuable per se. I see. And the Hujun you mentioned... Watch out! The heck? For some mysterious reason, the candlestick suddenly falls over on the table, almost splashing its scalding wax on Ling Qingyun's hand. How terrible. She bolts up straight, only for her chair to flip about too, narrowly avoiding tripping her. Seizing this single moment, Mr. Pooh swaps the bundle with uncanny swiftness. What am I seeing? Tenshi, are you alright? Everything in here is far too old. Most of it's wonky in some way or another. Forgive me. Like I said, yes, a bunch of fucking objects. You know, the candle falls, the table tries to trip her. Table, chair. No matter. Now, where were we? Oh, the Fujun boy. Yes, I can tell you he's a friend of mine. He's the waiter at the old tea house. Decent at brewing tea. You could call him a drinking companion of mine, be it tea or wine. Do you know if he had any enemies? No, I have no clue. The Hujun I know is a down-to-earth person, also a fucking poisoner. But one person talks to another and the dish bumps the bowl and, well, maybe said something that riled someone up without realizing or owed someone money for a few days too long. Who can go through life without making a few enemies, No, I can't help you there at all. That all you're willing to tell me, sir? Well, it's not a question of willing, you see. This is all I know. Save it. You're an example for us all. I don't want to coerce you into doing anything that'll ruin them. Think twice before you speak. That's all I ask. Calling his bullshit. When you're willing to converse with me, sir, we'll meet again. Pardon me for tonight. I'll excuse myself now. Okay, but she didn't notice him actually swapping the thingy, I guess. Mister, is Tenshi gone? Is she leaving us alone? Yes. Did you get Hujun's remains? After a moment, Mr. Pooh warily withdraws the bundle from under the table and opens it with care. Inside is not a single shard of teapot, only a pile of pebbles. Never mind! Fucking outplayed! This Chanshi Lin, she's a smart one, and a sincere one. So be it, I'll have to make another quick run. You look after the place, I'll be back in a flash. Mister, can we help with anything? Very well, come. Fucking outplayed so hard. She's so yellow. Also, oh, black and yellow. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. I guess it's some red. It's the dead of night, and Ling Qingyun walked through the empty streets. If anyone is out at this hour, they'll see something most curious. Behind the Tianxi, at a distance of 10 steps, a hand broom leans on the wall, and for reasons unknown, wherever she goes, the broom stays behind her by that exact distance. They're not very good at trailing, are they? Then if there is exactly 10 steps away, there's a broom. But never mind why a domestic hand broom is languishing outside. There's a single embroidered shoe on the roof too, pitter-pattering as it follows the broom, and then a calligraphed character on the wall following that shoe. They're literally doing like prop hunt shit, and they're somehow incredibly inconspicuous. And behind that, a jumping shoulder pole, a rolling medicine bottle, a clattering rattle drum, and at the very back of this bewildering procession, who should it be but Mr. Pooh? They all stop outside the door to an inn. Look at this guy just carrying his books and scrolls around everywhere. Mr. Pooh, Tianxi's gone. And she went into this inn? I can confirm that. We couldn't find her when we looked inside. Mister, they don't know that she can fly. They don't know Lazy Alter can fly. Did you see the Tianxi? No. I saw that wicked woman. She came after us. What? Found you. Oh, pink woman! Pink woman scare. Ayo, my back. There's something about this. I feel it somehow never gets old when they just put in the straight up. It's you. Oh, I never wanted to believe it, but who else could it have been other than you? That's enough. Only thing I know, the only thing I want to know is, why did you trick me? Trick you? When did I ever trick you? And I thought for a second her hair was doing the smoky thing, but no, the smoky stuff is outside of her, but also the same effect as Hu Jun kind of had once the horns appeared. So you always said that the secret tome was fake. You kept telling us to ignore it. So why did that teapot get involved in the deal at the tea house? Why would he get this tome? You've got it wrong. You've got it all wrong. I don't care who got what wrong. There's one thing from you, and that's it. Tell me what the deal is with the personification technique in this tome. Oh, that's how I work? Are you serious? Is that how badly you want to leave this town? Surely you know I have an old friend to meet. All these years I've been begging you to tell me how to leave this town, but you kept on urging me, just be patient. Well, the tome's right here, right now. Any more excuses, mister? You've taught so many so much, but it hurts to just teach me one more thing. Do the people you've laid low in the fight for this tome mean anything to you? You want to become a human, but you forewent learning human kindness and love. Jump straight to human resentment and ruthlessness. Humanity speedrun? Gold split? Will only hurt you if you leave this town. Okay, so yeah, she's also a... So she's probably like a sword then, maybe? Love. None of you would know a thing about the love in my heart. Time's up. Enough hiding things. I'm sorry, but I'm just as clueless as you are about this personification technique. Hate me if you must. Kill me if you like. Asking me to darken my conscience and lie to my students, though. Never. Mr. Pooh, I've always respected you. So don't blame me. You left me no choice. Oh, well, lightning! Lightning! No! Before the swordsman's sword can fall, a blade flies in from outside, sending her skidding back with the might of a thunderclap. Leizi up here. Yellow woman versus pink woman. Astutely, she realizes her foe's power is beyond the pale, and without a second thought, she vaults through the window and flees. She ran. Tenshin, did you hear all that? Most of it. I'd guessed most of it. I can believe you have troubles, sir, but I think you'll agree your actions prior to now have not been proper. No objections, Tenshin. I've made a fool of myself with this. A fool of myself. How do you know I was being held captive by? Talking Broom showed me the way while asking that I save you. I don't know if anything can surprise me today. Well, it is all just objects. Now, is Mr. Pooh an object as well, or is he one of the real ones? Sit down, Tenshin, have some tea. And as he says it, a plate drags a teapot and teacup over, and tea is served. How useful. Smart objects. These teapots and plates have smart modules in them. No way. Ling Xingyang just furrows her eyebrows at the sight. These items. They're the students of this school, and all of them are Geists. Okay, oh yeah, we had Geists earlier as well in Ling event, didn't we? Lin, rather, not Ling. Lin. No? No Ling. No Ling, not Lin. Lin is rat. Ling is dragon. That explains the strangeness of the townsfolk I met today. There's everyone in this town. Some are humans, some are Geists. And as for how many of each, I'm not sure myself. Not anymore after all these years. Town became this way a long, long time ago. None of what I told you earlier was a lie, per se, Tenshi. I've heard tell of possessed beings born under pheromone influence, but I've never seen a Geist with intellect approaching that of humankind. That is true. The Geists we saw before were not very smart. Have you gone, Tenshin? What rests nearby? Tomb of Sui. Correct. We all know about the power of pheromone incarnations to possess objects, and Sui was all too powerful. Suppressed by the town for a millennium, the mere might that leashed out of the cracks of the earth sufficed to turn some things geistly. I wonder if this is a Sui particular thing, or if it kind of feels like it is. I don't think other pheromones have done that. I feel like it's a Sui thing. The rain filled ruined my AK noise can no longer distinguish between rat and god. Right? Ordinary people should never know about any of that. Sir, are you... Pheromatologist at the Sui regulator. Decades ago, met that. Life ends somewhere, and so does knowledge. My firm's studies were achingly incomplete, and the research had wicked away my own humanity. Handing my resignation, I left to live a secluded life in the mountains. That's when I found this town. Decades ago, this town saw frequent possession incidents, which the Tenshi Bureau would send a Tenshi to quell if it felt like it. I had to feel sorry for Geistkind, born into a secular realm, not knowing up from down, and now steeped in humanity somewhere. Their consciousness is not so far from a human's. I simply watched them run amok and be crushed. Nothing stopped me from trying to teach them human rights and values. Maybe they'd even be able to coexist. Till little by little, this school came to be. How noble of you. No, I can't be prizing those words from a Tenshi's lips. It's ridiculous on the face of it. Spend one half of my life on studying the bestial and the other half on teaching the geistly to be human. Only to look back and realize I've half-baked both. Do I really know? Still, since sequestering away, I've come to find the little things so endearing. Or the little things, the geists. I had thought this was how it would be until my time was up. But see, a few days ago I received a letter. A letter? A letter. Going a bit what things Sui can do and others can. The geists, right? The sort of effect that Sui seems to have where, you know, the objects become alive. I don't feel like we've seen other firmats do something similar-ish. Though, I mean, there is a fair few firmats that somehow end up having, like, little, you know, things that they make. I mean, there's the Seaborn, and then there's... I guess you could see the elves as kind of a thing. But specifically, the inanimate objects into human. Or just somewhat alive. Classified scoop, not for prying eyes. The letter, whoa. Someone claims to have gotten a hold of a one-of-a-kind secret tome, penned personally by that Grandmaster of Human. Rumor has it that Grandmaster is a Firmament incarnate, but has the capacity to form himself a human's body. So, analogously, the tome's teachings can allow Geist to become human. Even human is involved in this? That explains the incident Zola mentioned. Wait, can this tome really make the Geistly human? To be honest, I have no idea if that's true or not. But importantly, quite a number of Geists believe it, and it's caused a great deal of unrest. Suggesting the letter's writer aimed to sow unease in this town? Hard to say, you know, hard to say. All that I know, I've told you now. What are your plans, Chenshilin? Matters of the bestial Sui are out of my job scope, but as Tenshi of the Tenshi Burrows, Geist hurting people is something I cannot overlook. If whoever's orchestrating this has malevolence in mind, all the more reason to put my foot down. It's good, I could tell you where the upstanding sort. I'm at ease knowing this investigation is in your hands. Tenshilin, just one more thing. Where did Record Keeper go, by the way? She saved him and then just like, okay, get out of here. I have work to do. Hojin's remains. Could you hand them to me? Certainly. Are you giving him a burial, sir? A burial, yes, but it's not just a burial. The study we're in is the whole of Morn and Eve. Every broken item that rests in here once was Geist. Geist does not live and die as a human does. Oh, that's what all the trinkets and stuff were. They were all dead Geists, I guess. They come alive from humans' attachments to things. They perish when their vessel breaks or the attachment is rid. The broken vessel can be mended. Perhaps one day the spirit can manifest again. But this teapot, no, Hujun here. Hujun's owner was a tea farmer here. He loved tea and knew it through and through. He used to clear a few mu of land in the mountains to plant tea. Every April before Qingming, when he picked and fried his leaves, he'd go around town ladling out well water as he pleased, and all of it filled with the fragrance of tea. Fried his leaves? Bro be frying tea. But it wasn't content. He devoted himself to finding the best tea under heaven, clearest spring water. One year he heard of the mother tree of Mount Tianti. Mount Tianti. By the southernmost border of Yun. With nary a goodbye, he hired a ship fleet and went south. Hired a fleet? Guy was fucking loaded, apparently. Or it's a real cheap fleet. But once he was gone, he never came back. Speck of that tea farmer's infatuation dwelt within this teapot, as it accompanied him day in and day out. Who can blame our Hujun for wanting to leave the village, so... Was that tea farmer a friend of yours? Apparently, if he's been here for decades. From her bag, Ling Qingyang brings out a small box. Safe kept within, there rests a teapot's shards. My thanks, Qianxi. These are like part of the garden. Yee sure is neglectful. Look, maybe the garden is really big and it's hard to solo the garden, okay? Oh, well, for being a record keeper. The pancake man is a fucking oven, isn't he? He's a personified oven. If he's just fucking making pancakes. His pocket is oven. Mr. Yun, I've been looking forward to meeting you. I'm so sorry. Sorry for keeping you. There were some mishaps along the way. You said you wanted to tour this town first, yes? Has it satisfied you? Is this the same guy, actually? Or is this oven guy, pancake guy, or a different guy? Is this the same sprite, or... Of course, the people and the whole character of the place have really opened my eyes. Apologize you had to wait for so long. How about we get going? Right? Come with me. Maybe it's a different old... Maybe it's a different old man. Okay, here's Hong Lu's story of the stone. Just give me a second as I go blow my nose slightly. Mount Tian was a mountain in Suzuran's story? Was it? Wait, Suzuran's story. So, like, one from fucking way back? A vignette? I would not remember, man. I've read it. But... that shit was a while ago. I did not recognize Mount Tian at all. 7 pulls got Vina Victoria. I mean, he's still kind of lucky. 7 pulls and 6 star. Story of the stone with funny ball guy. Oh, fucking the dusk painting suddenly. Is Moinar supposed to be in shop soon? I don't know. Maybe. Well, it probably would be about time if he hasn't already been in shop, actually. Actually, I don't remember if he has been in shop yet. Ooh. Mischievous kid. Oh, wow. That's a pretty stone. Oh, it's got such a beautiful pattern. It's really smooth. If I carve it a bit, I might be able to sell it at the market for a good price. Him! He appears in a silhouette. Say, my young friend, could you give that stone back to me? Back to you? I found this stone in the river. What do you mean, back to you? It's a stone I wanted to add to my garden that took me quite a lot of effort to find. I accidentally left it here as I was returning back. If you give it back to me, then my garden is restored. You can play this, so you can play there. How does that sound? Fucking... stranger danger? No. It's yours just because you said it's yours? I saw the stone here and I picked it up first. That means it's mine. Finders, keepers. Exactly. Such an unreasonable little rascal. Alright, then how about this? I'll trade you some other treasure for that stone. Name your price. Anything for the stone. Really? Then I want 100. No, 1,000? Forget hundreds of thousands. Millions, billions. Enough fame and fortune to sustain you until you're old and grey will be yours. Just like that. Do we have a deal? No. The answer's still no. People are always trying to take advantage. If you're okay with paying that much for the stone, it means it must be worth way more than that. So I'll take real good care of it. I want to see what makes the stone so special. but a clever little one. This kind of guy is clever. Enfield's in state to be released in 1 month. The version of Enfield we have in beta is not the newest version of the game. No, the beta version isn't ready to be released, but that's not the version that's releasing. Very well, I'm in no hurry. When you change your mind, I'll come find you to buy that stone. The stone. This kid is hogging Honglu. Not being researched. That's just how all betas work. You're not getting the newest version of the game. It's like the dev version is always ahead of whatever is being tested in public. Arrogant man. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Toadman's making trouble even on his deathbed. Don't say that, brother. Dad's condition is getting worse by the day, and soon... New NPC. We haven't had the time to be the most filial children. He only has that one final wish, and we should do our best to make him happy. Is it the fucking stone? Does the dad have the stone? Our sister's words are much kinder than yours, little brother. Filial piety is the greatest of virtues. You might be rich now, but do not forget your roots. Yes, yes, yes. Two of you speak so highly of filial piety, but who was it who actually took care of him when he became ill? Calling in everyone because of a lost stone. Went to Baizao to report it. The Judicial Review Office would have locked me up for obstructing official business. What am I supposed to do, huh? Besides, have we ever had such a stone in our house before? Who knows? As the second young mash of this family, surely you are the most aware of how many properties we own. Rich family. So really, for people for mixing up beta and early access nowadays without many games release. Well, with how games release nowadays. That is true, yeah, it is easy to get it sort of mixed up with early access, yeah. Especially when the beta is also so close to release. Imagine getting Fungi on this CNY but in Arknights, that would be a crazy pull. But like I said, I think Fungi is not an original Sui sibling. Just based off of the little bit we saw in Enfield, it seems like she's some kind of like younger fragment. And possibly has only been on Talos as well. Oh, itch. Me? Stop trying to act all high and mighty. You never come home once these past few years. Then the moment Dad got ill, you came running back like a dutiful son. Who do you think you're trying to fool? Alright, enough arguing. If you can't help, then don't cause trouble, okay? That Tenshi has only just arrived. Let's wait for her to find that stone for us. Master, this is a Tenshi from the Tenshi Boroughs and a former deputy minister at the Judicial Review Office. She's here to help you find that stone. Want to tell her about what happened to that treasure of yours? Why is she suddenly looking for a stone? Did I miss something? I feel like that hunch might be surprisingly accurate, Sami. Except, I think it's not necessarily juiced up on Shiranite, because Shiranite came to be, I think, after Fungi was already a thing. And Shiranite came to be from, like, Fahrenmut stuff. Unless, I guess, indeed, she just wasn't one before that or something. And indeed, like, so that 10 years ago is actually when she became what she is now. When Shiranite became a thing, then she became a thing. But she was just a normal ass long before it. But I feel like the... I don't know, I have to probably reread the actual, like, proper bit where they talk about it. I thought the vibe I got was that she was, like, part of the experiments because of who she was already. Bedridden old man. There's barely any devotion in those children of mine. Tell them that if my stone is not found, they will not be seeing a single fen of my money. Whomsoever finds that stone from me, I shall bestow upon them half my estates. This guy really did become rich because he kept a stone. So you are the venerable Mr. One. What sort of stone is it that you lost? It is a stone I plucked from the river when I was young, one unique across all of Terra. What I meant was, what sort of treasure was this stone? Was it jade or some other precious mineral? Neither. It was merely an ordinary stone. Then, do you know who would desire this stone? I do, but the one who desires it would never steal it. Who is it, and how do you know? Qingyang has many more questions she wishes to ask, but the old man on the bed turns his head away, unwilling to speak another word. Poor she. She, like I said, she really loves asking questions. And she was denied. Where was the stone normally kept? When was the last time the residents saw it, and in what hour? It is normally within a small box the master had specially made, which is hidden in the deepest storeroom in the house. Evening before last, I was cleaning that storeroom, and everything was as it should. Next morning, I found the box smashed against the ground and the stone inside gone. Can I trouble you to show me where the stone was lost? Why is she suddenly looking for stone? Are we just in like a completely different spot now and doing something else? How do we go from the last one to here? To looking for stone? The last one ended in us like giving, or her giving back the teapot remains. But then I can replay 1-7 and get more stone, yeah. Come, please come in. Today I have prepared some meager wine so as to offer you my deepest gratitude. If you are unsatisfied, please, I beg your forgiveness. What the fuck? Congratulations on your new home, good sir. May your fortunes and profits be grand. Here, a fowl beast from the family coop, along with 2 baskets of eggs. We're from the same clan and generation, cousin. We might have been close in the past, but why be strangers now? Please, call me Brother One. Oh, him. It's the guy. Alright then, Brother One. Then take these as well. Shoes my mother worked on through the night. Please, don't mind how they look. She says she knows how much you've rushed about doing business these past few years, crossing hill and stream. Boots you buy in town might be sturdy, but they can't beat the comfort of homemade shoes. Once I settle down, I'll definitely go visit Auntie. When my home was washed away by a deluge when I was young, she trekked several hundred li to give me 2 sacks of millet, despite her bad back. Never forgot. All I had left was a single stone. Adults thought you didn't have long to live, but nobody could have expected you were tougher than a rock. You're really something, making it through all that. Dude, this stone is OP. It's like a mental buff. He's like, dude, I can go through anything. I have this stone. Instant he loses the stone, he starts fucking dying. Made a living with your own 2 hands, enduring a life of hardship without complaint. Crawled your way out of the backwater, started up a business, got married. You got my respect. It's all just luck, really. Since I was forced into such a situation, not charging headlong into the future wasn't an option. Couldn't just lay down and die, could I? I'm truly lucky to have grasped my life back. Hardly give up now. Also, I have this stone. The youth holds his hand to his chest, his fingers clenched tight around the stone hanging at his neck. Except it's the stone is not on his neck in the sprite, but... Now please, sit. If we keep chatting, the braced hawk will all be gone. I guess it could be inside of the shirt. Fair. No rush, everyone. There are plenty of seats for all. Heaven above. Heaven above? Is it really you? Ooh. Yes, it's me. I've come again. It's been quite a while. What are you here for today? Trying not to try and buy the stone again. You're on the mark, I'm afraid. Since you've already settled down, started both a family and a business, you're willing to give me that stone now? Naturally, the answer is still no. Putting aside the fact that this stone has saved my life, just wearing it to bed lets me sleep easy. It's my lucky charm. How could I give it to you? Simply will not do. Just give up already. Very well then. Huh? You're actually giving up? I mean, yeah, he could just wait for you to die. No, of course not. I still dearly adore that stone. I cannot seize that which in other lives. I shall wait once more, but until you wish to put it down, at which time I shall take it away. Just wait until he dead. Not a long time for sweet fragment. This is the storeroom where valuable assets are kept? Yes, the master kept his important account books and deeds here. Not just anyone is allowed in. Did anyone enter on the night the stone was lost? Unfortunately, there was a torrential downpour that night. If I remember correctly, I never saw a light turn on in this storeroom, nor did I hear any sound coming from it. What if you just didn't hear it? It was raining really hard. Who normally has access to this room? Altogether, 4 copies of the key to the room and the cabinets. The master's 3 children each have a copy, while I keep the master's copy in his stead. But the stone's box has its own key. Master keeps the only copy on his person at all times. Well, apparently the fucking box was smashed, so the key is not relevant for that, I think. And the box was kept on top of that standing cabinet. Master only doesn't allow others to touch the stone. Becoming bedridden a few years ago, he has not had the time to fiddle with it either. It has been placed somewhere out of the way. Counting books, deeds. Someone who knows what these are worth. If a thief came in from outside, would they have sneaked over here? This residence has many more valuables that would have caught their eye. Pardon, did you say something? Nothing, just thinking about a case I was recently looking into, but I doubt it has any relevance to this. Right, there's something I'd like to ask. Master wants 3 children. What sort of people are they? Well... Fuck, I accidentally skipped. No matter what may have happened, I'm merely a butler. It would be inappropriate for me to discuss the young master's and young mistress's affairs. Please, be at ease. I'm not asking you to judge them as people, but rather simply asking what their day-to-day work is, and under what circumstances they come to visit Mr. 1, that's all. Just for the sake of your master's final wish, you may speak freely. When it comes to the master's 3 children, if you were to only look at their achievements, they would all show great promise. Elder young master, oldest of them all, is a scholar, has always boasted impressive grades, and currently holds a post at the academy. Second child, the younger young master, took after his father, and has recently brought much custom to the family business. Youngest, the young mistress, is uninterested in such mundanity, dedicating herself to music. She's a musician renowned far and wide. How successful child. Hey there, Echo. Based on your tone, it sounds like they have their hidden flaws. I dare not say, I dare not. Who would care for the opinion of a lowly servant such as I? But from my bystander's point of view, these 3 children are not particularly close to the master. Just noticed infection was you mentioned earlier. Yeah, she has they're huge on her horns. The 3 of them moved out when they came of age, rarely returning even during festivities. I thought one of them was taking care of Dad when he was sick. Does Master 1 have a bad relationship with his children? Another long story, I'm afraid. The master was but a shepherd boy, he had nothing. It was only after much bitter toil that he was able to start the family businesses. But when it came to the care of his children, he found himself willing but unable. I guess just because busy with work. It isn't hard to imagine. Tenshilin, surely you do not suspect. I simply understand the situation a little better. Anyhow, look. They are infection monitors, aren't they? They're not just decorative things. They're her infection monitors. Fucking massive rings on her horns, of all things. At least just based off of the... Well, kind of. It's just this icon here very much looks like it, but they don't have, the full, turquoise ring of pattern they usually have. And I guess they don't have red insides. So they just look kind of very similar. And also, obviously, they wouldn't necessarily make sense for her to have infection monitors. She's not an actual Rhodes Island operative directly. Just, Yeah, they just look very similar. Where, I was like, are they? It makes more sense as decorative. It feels like this is not the place to even put an infection monitor, On horns? I don't think you'd get the best data from there. Uninfected. Well, that actually doesn't matter. Everyone at Rhodes has infection monitors, no matter if they're infected or not. I guess the blue should be a bit brighter. It is a more jade-ish color instead of the turquoise pattern that the monitors have. Anyway, back to it. By the way, why does your master value this stone so? Did he plan to sell it? That has never been the case as far as I know. That stone is the master's most precious treasure. We staff normally never have the opportunity to see it. It's like Scrooge McDuck's first penny. I once suggested taking it to the jade store to be appraised, but he scolded me with a great fury in return. I've never dared mention it ever again since. I do remember one thing, though. Master once mentioned a strange individual thinking of buying the stone. One who has been thinking of for several decades now. Several decades? Your master mentioned finding the stone in the river several decades ago. Does this place still exist? Oh, does OG Lazy have the standard bracelets? Oh. This one doesn't, though. Assuming that the horn ones are not indeed monitors. I'll be off now, master. Right, do I still owe you any wages? If so, I'll think of a way to... It's all settled. Beams and pillars that survived the fire were made of top-rate cedarwood. Coffin makers already gathered them up. Money that's left over, I put it on the stove. Then you can go now. There's no need to call me master anymore. Brother 1. And lots of good deeds, enough that nobody would think you any less virtuous than anyone else. How did it all go so wrong? I didn't do all that just to cultivate virtue and show off. Would have thought your good name would make you a target for vicious robbers. Damn it all. How can heaven be so blind? Letting such evil men go free just makes it harder for us honest folk. Alright. It's enough of that. Halfway to being old and grey, my family and funds scattered to the four winds. Being able to hold on to all of my life and this stone means I'm still rather lucky. He does not look that old, halfway to old and grey. Looks quite young here still. Middle-aged? Does not look terribly middle-aged. The middle-aged man holds a wooden box tied to his chest. The blood slicking his hair hides spots of grey. He's no longer young. Never mind, apparently he does have some grey. Sprite just doesn't really look like it. The house he painstakingly built, brick by brick, tile by tile, all by himself for half his life, is now no more than himself and the stone. He appears again. I guess he is Asian. True. Asians do end in a binary fashion. They're either a kid, an adult, or like just a decrepit old person. There's no transitionary period. It's just from one to the next, like in an instant. Have I come at a bad time? I'm afraid I can't offer you hospitality this time around. Fate is a cruel, cruel mistress. Here for the stone again? At first, yes, but how do you feel now? Do you believe it to be an ordinary stone? I believe it's a totally ordinary stone. I'm a totally ordinary person. A gust of wind and some drizzle is all it takes to bury us in mud. I've met many people before, but very few of them were like you, dragging yourself out of abject poverty through sheer stubbornness and grit to achieve greatness. Even fewer can... No, nearly nobody your age can crawl back up after losing everything in a flash. You're saying I should just resign myself to fate and abandon it all, including the stone? No, I simply wish to ask you one thing. Have you given up? Of course not. Crawled out of the gutter once and I can do it again. I must crawl out. This is kind of based though. This stone mental buff is crazy. The middle-aged man seems to have set his mind on something. He lifts up the box and speaks to the kindly man solemnly. I always wanted this stone, didn't you? I'll give it to you, but I'm not abandoning it. I'll come to redeem it one day. You mean this to be collateral? That's right. With it, I'll borrow some money from you. I'll plant saplings where the trees were burnt down and lay new bricks where the walls collapsed. Right, might be getting old, but I'm not dead yet. Just a fresh start. Done it all once and I can do it all again. This time, I'll do it even better. Understand, but... never mind. Don't tell me you'll only accept it if I give it to you for nothing. I wouldn't accept it if you did. What I want is a totally ordinary stone. You haven't let go of your obsession with it, so this stone would be too heavy for me. Probably less metaphorical for him than you would think. The kindly man puts down the basket on his back and sifts through it. From amongst many artifacts of porcelain and jade, he pulls out a foul beast crafted of pure gold. From that golden foul beast, he plucks many feathers, also made of purest gold. They're heavy and clink together with a crisp melody. Here, why are you helping me? I'm accustomed to the road here. On whichever day I feel like seeing if the stone is still there or not, I need only walk 2 paces to come over. But if you were to fall into ruin and wander off with that stone, I would not know where to look for it. That would be rather troublesome for me, don't you think? Maybe he's just a nice guy. According to the elderly gentleman yesterday, this should be the area where he found the stone. Where it has become a graveyard, even the trees that only sprouted after the deluge seem decades old. Someone here? Also, we haven't seen the guy in the image for this story bit. The ballhead guy. Look at these children. Hey, I told you should have come with us. Look at me, I became a mandarin a long time ago. Doesn't matter if it's flowers and trees or vases and pots. In Garden of Grotesqueries, when they see me, they have to bow with respect and call me, first of all, mention Garden of Grotesqueries. Grotesqueries, also, what a name for a garden, by the way. What do they call you? Young Minister of Rains. I told you, where it rains and where it doesn't rain, where it doesn't rain in Garden of Grotesqueries is all up to me. Simply need to jump in a pond and pow, there shall be rain. Sounds really impressive. What are these kids fucking LARPing? What about you? What ministry are you with? What do others call you? Nothing. Wait, they call me Great Hero. Great Hero? What ministry is that under? How come I've never heard of you? Great Hero is a big wooden box. When I'm inside it, nobody can open it. That sounds rather impressive. But I'm a young minister, so why are you a great hero? That's not right. When you come with me to the Garden of Grotesqueries, you shall be called Young Hero. Oh, okay. Look at you. Did you just wake up? I'll tell you something. Once, we were both in a basket carried on someone's back. The basket master was carrying us through the river. When he suddenly fell out of the basket, maybe from Yee's basket? Tell me, what were you thinking then? I don't really remember. Do you at least remember how you woke up? All of our siblings who were brought back to the Garden of Grotesqueries were awakened by the master. We knew there'd be someone outside the garden powerful enough to make even willful stones bow their heads. Okay, I guess they are. I guess they're not. I guess they're maybe not LARPing. They're just, you know, strange beings. What do you mean powerful? He's just a stinky rock, and he's stupid and mean too. Fuck! Actually, clicked. On rainy days, when you're supposed to rest, he runs out to the fields. When other workers have gone home already, he goes to the river to dig up rocks while his tummy's rumbling. Said he wants to build a new house. He's got no money to get people to lay the foundation, so he's doing it himself with a shovel. Can't afford bricks, so he makes his own out of yellow clay. Are they talking about the guy? Took him 7 or 8 years to build that home by himself, but he still wasn't done. As soon as it was finished, he was out the door to go do business. What an idiot. Stupid rock. Is the guy not a guy? I mean, it is the Red Chamber shenanigans, so technically you would think that the guy would maybe not be just a guy. He worked so hard at that business to get results, but once he got robbed, he had nothing left. So did all that hard work for nothing? He could have settled down and lived out the rest of his years earning an honest living, but he just wouldn't give up, put himself through all that torture again. But he's finished now that he's sick. His children aren't failure, and the family and friends who just visit want his stuff. What really makes me mad is that right now he's still blaming himself for not looking after the box. He still thinks he lost a stone. Okay, yeah. Sounds like you're a bit angry at him. But also pity him a little? If that's the case, why did you run out here instead of staying with him? Because I don't really know. Why does he never know when to give up? I heard from some friends outside of the Garden of Grotesqueries that things like people fall into holes really easily and are able to climb out their entire lives. They could just say outside the garden. I feel like they have to put like the whole legal name every time. It probably makes flows better in Chinese rather than in English. In English, it's like saying someone's full name every time. If that's the case, then come with me to the garden. I'll introduce you to my brothers and sisters. They all know loads of stuff, so they can definitely help you figure things out. Garden of Grotesqueries. What kind of place is it? Is it fun there? Of course it's fun. You definitely won't regret coming with me. Telling you, that place is... This is bad. Someone's here. Oh. Lazy spying on children. Or, well, not children, but... Wait a moment. Ling Qingyang reveals herself, stepping towards the big tree. The two young voices cut off abruptly. There's nothing behind the tree, let alone a child. She looks under the bushes hidden in the tree's shadow, finding a smooth stone lying there, as quiet as a rock. Transformed by obsession as if become an object possessed. What sort of obsession has ingrained itself into this stone, I wonder? Taken to high diff IS. No! Have you called us here because you found the stone, Tenshi? Indeed. Not only have I found the stone, but I've also identified the robber who stole into your manse. Please don't keep us in suspense then. Tell us what happened, quick. There's no need to rush. I require a cooperative partner induction to explain how this stone was lost and what connection the robber has to it. That may trouble you to stand here. Me? Man is reluctant, but ultimately acquiesces to Lin's command, standing next to the towering cabinet. Now use your key to open this cabinet's lock. What sort of trickery are you up to? Cooperate with the Tenshi, brother. Don't dawdle, and just do as she says so we can all be at ease. In the end, the man continues to follow her command, taking a key from his pocket to unlock the cabinet. Now what? Yes, such an act would not be difficult under normal circumstances. But I fear it would be hard to be so nimble in working the lock if it were dark and stormy night. Few knocks and smacks are to be expected. Qingyang gives the cabinet a light push. A box atop it falls, smacking the man on the head before it clatters against the floor. The box smashes open and from it rolls a sparkling, smooth stone. She steps forward, picking it up before it rolls out of the storeroom. In truth, the robber wasn't after the stone, but rather Master One's legacy, locked within this cabinet. And in knowing where this house's true treasures were stored, they could no longer hide their avarice. You get to the point already. Whispers. I'm no Mandarin of the Judicial Review Office, young master. I have no intention of getting involved in your family affairs. There's simply one thing I must remind you of. Under the laws of Yan, the crime of theft applies equally between parents and children. Where unauthorized alteration of wills involves assets exceeding statutory thresholds, it shall constitute a felony. I ask that you act with dignity. You... Fucking caught. Young mistress. Master One, he... Return the stone to him, post haste. The stone just fucking rolled off? Stone and guy. By the way, it's the first CG, actually. You and I both see true, really is a good stone. Never abandoned you. The old man opens and closes his lips, as if he has much he wishes to say, but ultimately only a single sentence arises. It's you. Yes, it's me again. That same smile hangs upon his face, the smile he wore ever since the very first time they met, when the old man was but a little boy. The young boy plucked the stone from the river, lifting it in front of the passing stranger. As sunlight passed through it, it glowed with a wondrous luster. And I mean, it's the correct color. It's the Honglu color. Ripped out his eye. So many years, and you visited quite a few times. Also, a good OST track. I like this one. Last time we met, you could still carry a bench at the courtyard door to enjoy a cup of tea with me. You've always wanted that stone. How many times have you come to ask for it? How many times have I refused you? Why do you keep coming? Because I really do adore that stone. Also happens to be just what my garden lacks. There's never any special reason for it. Beauty of the finest crafts of heaven and earth has never been rational. You are a very strange man. Every time I saw you off, I thought, surely he won't show up again, right? But you always return. It took 10 days, 2 weeks, 3 years, or perhaps 5. Never understood how you could be so carefree every time you left empty-handed. He's got time. Every time I descend from the mountains, I gain all that I see and hear, all that I think and ponder. And if I do not have the stone, how could you say I left empty-handed? Ah, spiritual value. All that you see and hear. So, what have you seen? I've seen cool breezes push cirrus clouds, seen fine blossoms and young chicks, and also I've seen interesting men and interesting things. Whenever I walk home, I would think, will he give me the stone next time? Keep dreaming. You had to keep running over to my place all because I never gave it to you. You call me a dreamer, but are you not the same? True, we're the same. Once I die, you won't need to keep coming over here. Pity. When my time comes, this stone will fall into your hands. I think your time is now. Not necessarily. A man's strength has its limits. Just like how I carried a basket of stones across the river back then. Despite the care I took, a stone still fell into the river, which was then found by you. Is you. Who would have thought you would never let go of that fine for the rest of your life? You knew long ago I would never let go. That's right, you knew long ago. Yep, I knew it from the day you stood in the river. So, what did you hope to gain by finding me? Most times I simply wish to see it. I adore it, so I naturally wanted a closer look. There are many stones in this land, but not many that are interesting. The chance upon it is destiny at work. Thankfully, there aren't many people on this land as stubborn as you either. When it comes to stubbornness, you are many li ahead of me. I'm afraid it's the stubbornness of yours that allows even willful stones to bow their heads. A man has but a single life. From that deluge, I found my life again. Thanks to the stone and to you. I cannot give up on this life of mine. That's right, you did it. Despite falling into deep ravines and striking great boulders, you have never once given up. Like a rock falling down a ravine. I saw it all. This stone, I give it to you. I give it to you. You. Clarity. Since you have already awakened it, allow it to choose. You bothered me my entire life for this stone. Now, I can finally be free. Yes, put it down. You can put it down now. The stone. Put down the stone. Also, the deluge is probably the stone falling into the river, you know. The boy stares blankly at the stone in his palm. As sunlight passes through it, it glows with a wondrous luster. The river gently flows past, wetting his pulled-up pants. Also, that's why he didn't have any parents, of course. He does not see his friends he always plays by the river with, nor does he see the man who always has a kind smile on his face. There's no wind, no trees, no sky. He does not sense a single thing other than the river. Time has stopped at the very moment he dredged up that stone from its waters. Melancholy Smile by Cocky Boy. The boy opens his hand, allowing the stone to fall back into the river, not thinking about whether it will sink to the river's bed or follow its flow to the ocean deep. He closes his eyes and listens to the sound of the thunder, the wind, and the deluge's roar. The thing in the thing, he never appeared. He never appeared. And I mean, it really was a Red Chamber moment, but also never appeared. Maybe it's later. Anyway, Baijing. He's the stone, yeah. Yeah, Cubic, he's the stone. The guy is the stone. Oh, that thing, the image guy, maybe that's what he turns into later. Could be, but yeah, we didn't actually like see him, you know, like we didn't actually see the sprite. Like the head, I guess, did the head have kind of a? Is it the same colorish? Well, it looks a little bit more technological than just a stone, but I don't know. We'll see, I guess. I'm assuming we will actually see the sprite at some point, so like... When are you gonna finish, miss? Gonna be finished, mister. That's a mister? Damn. This mister kinda pretty. No rush, let me think a little longer. You've been thinking for half a day now. Last time I came by, you were thinking, and the time before that too. Were you tricked by someone? I've been here lots of times now. I never actually seen anyone play Wei Chi with you. You're not wrong, I'm just thinking about how I should proceed. You need to consider how your opponent will react after you place a stone, and all the changes that will arise after. Sounds like a pain. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. Can you finish the game first, and then ask the one you're playing with to teach you later? Just Wei Chi. Nothing's gonna happen if you lose. But I cannot lose. One who arranged this game promised me that, if I win, he shall grant me a wish. A wish? Really? Shame I don't get any of this strategic thinking. I think I'm more suited for physical stuff. Sun's about to set, so I should get home. Still a pile of junk I need to sort out. The child. Zai-jang. Oh, right, I just thought of something. We've seen each other lots of times now, but I still don't know your name, mister. My surname is Lun. My name is Ke. Lun of the Orchid Flower and Ke of the Possible Orchid Flower. You do remember my name, right, mister? With the fucking, the double comma. Double. Watching? That's right. Little. Really gotta go now. Mother said we need to move out of the house for a bit. When I'm back, I'll definitely come to see you again. Zaijan. Look at those double commas. The sound of the boy's footsteps slowly fades away. Night falls upon the Weichi board. Sunlight falls upon the stones. Rain and snow wash the stone benches. Anke picks up a white stone. Nearly places it down, but retracts his hand. Half a day later, he finally throws the stone back into its bowl. This guy is a slow player. His 10th dead end. He keeps it clear in his memory. Time for yet another round of calculation. This time he must come up with some wondrous move or the other to triumph. This time he must come up with some wondrous move or the other to triumph. I think there's an extra the there. It should just be wondrous move or other to triumph. Take a shot for every stone mentioned. Are we actually back in this town, or is it just the same? Oh, we are. We actually are. Okay, we're back here. We had a little stone interlude. We had a red chamber stone interlude before coming back here. We've arrived, Mr. Jun. Did not say earlier that the one who awaited me was atop the mountain? Tis true, tis true. That person is atop the mountain indeed, but my duty is merely to show you the path leading up to it. There's only one path going up the mountain, but it's not hard to walk. Forest around it has been cleared, so you should not run into any wild beasts. Need only head up. Rest has been arranged for you. I suppose it would be rude if I inquire too deeply. Then let us say our goodbyes here. May we read again, Mr. Yun. Oh yeah, what race is Record Keeper? Because he has like the little horn in the middle here. But then also has ears. So I'm assuming he's some slightly more special race again. Like middle horn, but ears. It's like, oh. You say that, but... Is he just a perro? What with the horn? Is that a fucking, like, a aesthetic decision he decided to? Was he just like, oh, I just really like, I'll stick this onto my forehead. He's a dating, but he doesn't get a special race. Right, okay, right. So classified as a perro, but yeah, a dating specifically. Okay, right, yeah. So mythical creature just doesn't get a specific race. They're just classified under dog. I don't think I actually see a path up the mountain here. The ground is completely covered in leaves. Not anyone has come this way in a very long time. Not even signs of any beast trails. I should find a local to ask for help. How convenient. Good day? Good day, my lady. Is something the matter? May I ask if you have seen my husband? No, she's taken. Oh, cocked before it even began. Clip it, clip it. Clip farmed successfully. He's young with a hair of brown and a tail of pure white. He's wearing a cloud-white tunic, trousers the color of earth, and leather boots. I don't think I've seen anyone who matches that description. My apologies. Want a specific description? Is that so? Pardon me for wasting your time. Hold on, madam. Do you happen to be from these parts? I want to ask if there was a path up the mountain nearby. You wish to ascend? Then I fear you've gone the wrong way. Regular path up the mountain is on the other side of town. This is the back of the mountain, which is rugged and steep. The townsfolk rarely ever come this way. The mountain? District remember coming straight from the town's main road. How did I end up on the back? You got lost. I see now. Do show, madam. But I believe since the gentleman's guiding me told me to specifically come this way, he must have considered all this. I will continue trying. Please excuse me. I shall accompany you up the mountain, sir. I'm sure there's no need. The road up the mountain is dangerous. If we are together, we can look out for each other. Besides, I've already made inquiries everywhere I could in town. Mountain is the last place I've yet to search. Husband is still in the area. The only place he can be is there. Is here, not there. Then I shall have to thank you again. May I ask how I should call you? Bye, Jean. Record keeper gets to go on a date with a hot mommy. It should have been me, not him. Oh, he grew old. Oh, well, not old yet, but small child has grown. Still stuck on that board, Brother Lun? Hardly in a hurry. You've been at it for so long, I've learned how to play it myself. It's been a fucking decade. The situation on board is in a 3J cycle. Call it a triple ko in Higashi. Shouldn't be a draw according to the rules. A draw. A draw is unacceptable. The rules are very clear. Only through a win will he grant my wish. No, I need to find a way to victory. What's this wish you want so badly you need to win this game? Isn't there another way you can make it happen? Another way? What other way? There's no other way for two as separate as yin and yang to meet again. Miserable fate, from where do you flow? Wait, is this the husband? What was the description? Hair of brown, tail of point of pure white, cloud white tunic, trousers to the color of earth, and leather boots. Well, you can't see the trousers, but... I think it might be husband. Fucking abandoned hot wife to play a chess game for decades. Oh, miserable fate, from where do you flow? Will this do, Jinner? Jinner. It's beautiful. You really are skilled, my dear. Okay, well, that's a confirmation. I didn't even have to go look. And here I was thinking your ability to bake porcelain only applied to Wei-Chi pieces. I can do a lot more than that next time. Whatever you fancy, whatever you like. I'll be happy to bake it for you. I'm just saying, you could mistake these two for a lesbian couple, okay? With how pretty the husband is. Soon was you can choose the Sigma route and grab both. Once you're wed, I'll put this vase in the most conspicuous spot in the living room. Vase in the east, mirror in the west. Enjoy lifelong tranquility and rest. We're still missing a mirror then, but if we place one, we won't have anywhere for the clock. Well, the bell in town rings in the morning and the night. It'll do. In time there shall be flowers in the vase, and you in the mirror shine. Oh, that's enough out of you. You don't have much fuel left, so head out to the back of the mountains to chop a few logs while it's still light out. This how it happens? Isn't he the wife? I mean, I don't know what their relationship dynamic is, but... Right, just sit tight then. I'll be right back. I will. Dinner should be about ready when you get back. This was 20 years ago. Fire! What's going on? Where did these monsters come from? Jinner! Oh no. Le monster. Oh. Maybe, actually, never mind. It might be the wife that's missing. It might be the wife that's missing, actually. Yeah, wife is missing. Husband went to mountain to win the game to meet wife again. Because it was, you know, like, oh, how could yin and yang meet again other than by winning this chess game? So there was a path here all along. Do you need a hand, Madam Bai? You don't need to concern yourself about me, Mr. Yun. I grew up amongst the mountains and fields. It's but a leisurely stroll to me. In that outfit as well. You, on the other hand, look rather pale. Would you like to rest a moment? He is a bit... Apparently he is a bit physically, not in the greatest condition. I shall take you up on your offer. Your dedication is much like my husband's. He sounds like a very conscientious man. He is. He approaches everything with absolute focus. It's rare for anyone's urgings to have any effect. He'll stay in one place without food, water, or moving until he's done. He does inspire both pity and frustration. But also, how's he still alive up there for fucking playing a game for 10,000 years? At least he listens when I speak, so it's always me who has to pull him away by the ear. That's how it always been since we were little. There's a gentleman who played Wei Chi in town who said this temperament was suited for the game. Clearly. In a few years of study, he could become a master, perhaps even a grandmaster. If he does, he can leave town and head off to distant lands to look around. Your husband left to study Wei Chi? Yes, he's been studying for a very long time now. He throws his all into his studies and barely listens to what anyone has to say. It's simply too much, I tell you. I've also heard about the endless marvels of black against white upon the gridded board, and how captivating they can be. Land is vast, and there are many things that can trap a man in a mire. Memory can leave one pacing back and forth quite some time. Husband must have his reason for his dedication. Why exactly are you trying to argue his case? I was simply moved by his tale. Well, you said your husband disappeared, but when exactly was his disappearance? It was nearly nightfall, and he went out to the mountain to chop some firewood. I never heard from him after that. That truly is worrying. Let us set off then, Madam Bai. Do you not wish to sit a little longer? Pardon me for saying so, but your body does not seem the strongest. Why do you look accustomed to steep mountain paths? While I might not be able to perform martial arts, I practice breathing techniques every day. He has asthma. The path is yet long, so I must be diligent. I see an ancient pavilion further up. We can rest again once we arrive there. The pavilion. Oh. Is this pavilion not at the top of the mountain? Old man. Okay, now it's been a little bit. Okay, it's been a little bit more than 20 years. Game's still stuck in a stalemate, huh? He's been thinking about his next move for ages now. How long have you been working on this one move, Brother Lan? I don't know. My grandson's now as tall as I was back then. He didn't believe me at all when I told him about you. Who would spend their entire life on a single lousy game, he said. You say that, but this guy has not aged. You still remember when exactly you got separated from Sister Bai? I don't. I left town, I got lost and was disheartened. I wandered the mountain for several months before arriving here. Can't have been that long. Both of these guys, both of them are just fucking completely lost. Maybe neither of them are real anymore. And what day was that? Some things I don't remember all that clearly. Do you know today's date? No, but that's not important. Let's speak of other things once I solve this deadlock. But my guy, he's gonna be dead. He's old. Oh, everyone in town's been so in a tizzy over some treasure or other that I never expected someone to come over here. Here to see the game as well, youngster? We're just here to take a rest. We? But it's just you. Oh, just me? The lady I was climbing the mountain with. Strange. She was here just a moment ago. Yung Chingping looks all around him, but there's no sight of the woman. There's only a young man sitting at a Wei Chi board in silence. And this gentleman is... he's trapped in that game. No getting him out of it. If you know how to play, help him out a bit. This game state. 3-year cycle. Prolonged battle that can only end in a draw. But he's dead set on victory, so in the end he trapped himself here. Can't think of a way to get him out. Observes the board. Leizi's fucking fever dream. He think. Heaven above, it's trapped another. One after another. A refusal to draw. Victory the only satisfactory option. One focuses only on the Jie. Can one truly demonstrate superiority on the battlefield? What does Jie translate to? Oh, music. This boy, he yet lives. With such grievous wounds, he will have to endure many hardships. Chongus suddenly. I can't practice kung fu with this body of mine, so what use is there in me recording all the many stars under heaven? I don't understand, Grandmaster. Fucking god, this lobby music is so good. Invitation to wine lobby, my fucking beloved. Jin, have you ever questioned the Grandmaster's plans for you? Of course I have. When I first took his job, my heart still harbored some resentment. Felt like making me watch everyone practice kung fu every day was like chaining me atop a stake while dangling meat before my eyes. Sin hits you like a fist. Your eyes go wide and with greed, but you can never have even a half a bite. Tormented myself with an endless barrage of complaints as I suffered in discontent. Okay, wait. Listening. They shouldn't put this into the VN. I have to stop like reading to listen. Make home BGs for all these lobby themes. This one is! This one has a home BG. The monkey listening meme live. It's so good. God. Oh wait, there is an emote for it, isn't there? Why is the name so long? My existence is nothing but a grain of sand compared to the entire scale of the universe. I was all fucking expecting that. That got me, man. Oh my god. Denied personal use, it says. Wait, surely I can just add it. Let me fucking okay, look. Let's give it a bit of a more reasonable name, however, okay? What do we give it? Monkey listen. It's fucking so long. Make it longer. No, I can't if I don't look. Because the thing is, on my OBS Twitch chat, I don't actually get to see the emotes. It's just the name of them. So if this is there, I'll sometimes just have this fucking insanely long name just there constantly. Also, Twitch is getting to use it now, but on screen is not updated yet. I can actually use emote refresh. Is it? Was it refresh? I never remember what the command is. No, I put the wrong. That's why. Okay, that's okay. Wait. Emotes. Reload, not refresh. Which probably won't even work. That's the fucked up part. Anyway. Ugh. You don't look like you're suffering now. Even though my progress is only theoretical, it is enough to soothe me. More importantly, I believe I understand some of the reasoning behind it. Have I told you about my recent dreams, though? No, might as well tell me now. One night I dreamed that I would return to the countryside someday. Nameless, obscure man. All those many martial moves and techniques, when used upon the fields, will let you save a considerable amount of strength in tilling and hoeing the land. Another night I was passionate warrior, quick to kindness and vengeance, an imitator of the Grand Master. Strike and sunder the tides cleft, retract and leave no peace bereft. Legend born from a single punch before dying after all my breath is spent. Poetry. Yeah, not there. Yeah, it just takes a while. I don't know how it never updates right away. Even when I reload it, it doesn't update it. Both sound really different from the I know. Obsession is a quagmire. It's natural for those trapped within to not understand. So much deliberation, there's only one answer. Become record keeper. Ke naru yo nazasu. First give, then observe, and finally take. Stone should go here. Damn, solved it with one single move. This guy been up here for 80 years. Yung Ping picks up a white stone, paying no heed to the massive 100-point battle raging on the board as he nonchalantly places it on the other side of the board. Black takes the opportunity to wipe out the majority of white stones atop the board, but then comes a stunning reversal, leaving white with a clear advantage. Monkey watches in a stunned silence as the countless stones, both black and white, disappear as if they were but mirages. All that is left is a clear board, and 3 men surrounding it. Fantasy in the Mirage? The stalemate has been broken. My word! I think there was a move like that. Dosho, my friend, Dosho. Couldn't come up with anything despite thinking for so long. Never expected you to break it open the moment you arrived. You have my admiration. You flatter me. I don't actually know much about Weichi. I simply thought that since all things on this land are connected, martial doctrines that espouse give and take could be applied to Weichi as well. Didn't think it would work out so well. Dude just took a gamble. Your Weichi skills far exceed mine, but since you were so focused on winning the Jia cycle, you overlooked the overall state of the board. No matter how you put it, this game is won. Is that you, Lord Chin? I'm Lord Chin's grandson. Oh! Yes. Fuck, it's been oh shit, it's been 3 generations. Oh my god. When he was still alive, he'd always talk about the strange man back home playing Weichi atop the mountain. Visited you many times, thinking I'd have to pass his task on to my own grandson. Didn't think this man put a stop to it all, youngster. That means I've spent over 100 years here. Town's changed too. So I've been separated from Jinner for all these years. My dear? Now I'm just kind of going on side quests, uniting husbands and wives. Jinner? Yes, it's me. Long time no see, dear. It's really you. That Shun wasn't lying to me. I really did meet you again. Amazing, truly incredible. Let's go home right away. Mom and Dad are still waiting for us. He forgot that he's been up here for over 100 years. Jinner, why won't you say anything? Bog. Model change, also large. I mean, neither of them are fucking real anymore. I see. So that's how it is. I was already long ago. Doesn't matter. I got to see you again. Like a cloud. With the game ended, the Shan keeps his promise. And so, Monkey is free of his regrets. Madam Bai. No, you are not the Madam Bai of this tale. Oh. Woman, also, you have the, you have the wispy, sort of pink-blue wispy things from G. Yes, after seeing my love, what more have I to pine for? I was but a stack of joss papers before her cenotaph, soaked in his tears and longing. Okay. She is one of the Geists. Her desires, my destiny, were bound together in this meeting with him. With him gone, there's no reason for me to stay here. Yep, the Geist loses the obsession, so... I beg the two of you, fulfill my final request. Place my love's graves by her cenotaph. then burn me as an offering. We may not have been able to grow old together in this life, but I hope that in the next, we will meet again. Okay, so never mind. Husband did go missing. And, you know, probably died and went missing, and then wife did stay around, and then wife just generated a Geist. Madame Bai falls silent, then bows deeply, and in an instant, there's only a stack of joss papers fluttering in the wind. Joss paper. So this particular Baijin was a Geist? 120 years ago, for reasons unknown, a horde of Geists fell upon the town one night, wantonly lashing out at everyone. Truly a calamity. My granddad was saved by the young man named Lanke. He helped many townspeople escape with their lives that night, but he himself had to be saved from the flood of Geists by Baijin. As for her, she died that night. Okay. Mr. Lun and Madame Bai were kind people. I heard those Geists are born from thoughts. Once those obsessions are gone, they go back to being regular objects. Secret passed down my family for 3 generations has finally borne fruit, so my tears refuse to stop. I'm heading down the mountain, youngster. Need to make sure Sister Bai's request gets done. Also tell my granddad about what happened. Okay, granddad was still alive. Wait. Oh, no. Okay, never mind. No, he's going to the grave of granddad to tell. I was like, for a second, I was like, huh? I'm assuming he's going to the grave. You know. How about you? Someone I'm meeting on the mountain. I need to get going. This mountain's so lively nowadays. No idea what kind of big shot asked you to climb up the backside to meet up. Well, I'll be off then. If by any chance we meet again, you're welcome at mine for a cup of tea. Old Law carefully packs up the things on the ground, putting them in his basket before tottering down the mountain. Was it you who broke the stalemate? Oh, it appears! May I inquire as to who is speaking? A half-life who deals with menial tasks, hard-working Geist, is all. You're Chongyu record-keeping man, the one by his side. I guess does this guy actually have nothing to do with the stone, or? I presume you're one of the sweet proxies, then. Forgive me for inviting you in such a manner. Let us ascend. There's a guest at the peak awaiting you. So I was invited? Indeed. First it was for other matters, but who could have expected you to chance upon that game and break the deadlock with a flick of your wrist? I guess it could still be The Rock. Loudly. You were right again. You happy, you Wei-Chi failure? This fucking... One catching strays? It was pure happenstance. Did someone really predict that would happen? When the second brother left his board here, he proclaimed that only a man with true intelligence could resolve it. Now I think about it, him arranging this board here, closest to a human of us siblings is the eldest brother, calling one of his disciples over. Hardly an odd move. Let us climb. Remember to take the board with you. Game's over, so it's yours now. Very well. Okay, I'm wondering, is that the stone just now, like, the stone is returned to Yi? I do not know what to call you. Just the one character, Liang. Liang of the roof beam. Okay, so... Never mind, this guy's a roof beam, not a rock. So why was this guy as the image for the... did they really just put this guy as the image for the rock story just because... they wanted a sprite to use for it? They didn't have a unique sprite otherwise? I feel like they could have put even the silhouette of Yi on it instead, maybe. Mr. Lang, you said that only the Grandmaster students could break this deadlock just now, but the game already had a player before I came here. You mean that Lang Ke? Also, is it even Ke? Pronounced that, or is it some other completely different sound? He really did make a promise at the time, which kept Lang Ke playing. There's a game where the more obsessed you were with the Jia, the less able you were to solve it. I was kind of wondering if this whole cycle of Jie was maybe an intentional word or like choice here. You know, Jie, the sister, the dead one. It's a game where the more obsessed you were with Jie, the less able you were to resolve it. Projecting, maybe? Is a name for another mythical creature of China. Is it also the same one as the sister? Or is it a different Jie? Can you feel well that a Weiqi player would be mesmerized by them, yet still allowed him to join? Could be said that the one who arranged this game simply wished to play, or perhaps one who uses Weiqi as a means to meet, as a heart as stubborn as this eternal deadlock? That's Wang, alright. Ah, fine way to look at it. Yes, very fine indeed. Barely controlled vibrating. This guy is goofy. Please, go ahead and tell it to his face next time. We have arrived. This is the one who wished to meet you. Oh, did her? I suppose it is fate that determined we should meet again. Pleasure to see you again, Mr. Yun. Oh, clever girl. Small world. Well, apparently everything's happening in this one fucking tiny town, and this town is wacky as hell. Give me just a second. Also fairly long vignette this time. They barely had time to assemble before they had to scatter. Fairly long vignette though, yeah. We still have 3 left. The errant swordsman. That's a swordswoman, but okay. It's already a new day, sir. Yes, I know. You get stood up by whoever you were planning to meet. Perhaps she was delayed. You can wait, but I'll be closing shop. I'll leave if I'm in your way. But I'll still have to wait at the door. This is the place we agreed to meet, after all. Oh, that's not what I meant. You can stay at your table. We've known each other for quite a while, after all. I was a humble waiter when we first met. Now I'm the keeper of this tea house. They're a weird one. You know, a lone swordsman coming over every year from, I forgot, from Jiangxi or Human. Don't stay in one place. The 4 corners are my home. Remember that you come here to this tea house in this little town every autumn to meet someone. How many years has it been? 7. 7 years. All you do when you meet is have a cup of tea, have a little chat. Neither friends nor lovers. Don't even know her name, do you? Interesting relationship. We promise not to pry into each other's matters. Strange things indeed. Who exactly is this person you're waiting for anyway? I don't know. I've dealt with many people in my time. Good, bad, wise, foolish. They're not so hard to understand at the end of the day. She's the only one whom I've never figured out. Is it the Geist? Your sword just knocked over my tea, young lady. It's rather cramped in here. You should put away that sword of yours. It is. Did she escape? Or is this the town still? It's just a cup of tea, I'll pay for it. In fact, I'll buy you a jug of wine and call you my friend. And you can teach your new friend how to use a sword. Me? You're talking to the wrong guy. I'm no swordsman, just an ordinary merchant delivering some goods to the City of Dusk, stopping by this town for a cup of tea. Don't even have a sword on me. What kind of swordsman doesn't carry a sword? Don't play the fool with me. I won't let you go until you say yes. Whoa, goodness, how forceful. Why would you cut the table in half like that? You're scaring the other guests. Shut up. Pay for it later. Don't interrupt my chat with my friend. Say any more and I'll cut you in half too. Goodness. All right. It's not very reasonable, is it? What point is there in being reasonable? Better to roam free in the Jianghu. But one needs plenty of skill to roam free. Now you're a master of the sword, I want to learn from you. It came a little too late. I lost my sword. The moment it disappeared, I vowed to retire from the Jianghu. The pink woman is the sword. The pink woman is the sword. You lost your sword? I lost it. When? Last night. It's up by this time for the night and it was gone when I woke up in the morning. Just disappeared without a trace. No thief ever came. How could they have taken anything from me if they did? What kind of sword was it? A good one. One who was by my side for many years. Without it, my business would have not prospered so much. I would have had the fame that I enjoy in the Jianghu. Why don't you look for it if it's so important? On the contrary, I can't look for it. Why? For so many years I've used the sword, washed it and used it again. Nightmares and waking up from them. It seemed like there was nothing else in my life. The sword does not remember the blood that it has tasted, but I can never shake the sin. Perhaps losing my sword was a sign from heaven. Rid myself of the sword and the status it brought me. Perhaps I'll change my face and name and find a quiet place to live out the rest of my days. Leave the Jianghu and bid farewell to my life before. That's why I can't teach you. Tidings of fate have brought us together in this tiny tea house. If you don't mind me being a busybody, I have a word of advice for you. Don't learn the ways of the sword and cut all ties with the Jianghu. You can't rid yourself of it. Why? You're lying. You're tired of the killing, of the constant cycle of revenge, but you could never let go of the freedom of the days when you loved and hated as you pleased. You just want an excuse to quit. Losing your sword gave you a convenient one. Talking like you know me. Shall we make a bet? We'll see each other again in this very same tea house, same time next year. Go and live a year without your sword, as you intend. If you feel happier, it won't bother you again, nor ask you to teach me your swordsmanship. I can learn it, whether you teach me or not. Sure, it's a bet. May or may not teach you the sword, but I'll buy you a drink the next time we meet. Swords can't drink. The following year. Alright, also, yeah, the waiter who talked there about, like, why'd you cut the table in half is probably the waiter now in the future. Here already. Why did you go in? No hurry. There's plenty of space. Huh? Been studying the sword every day for the past year. I figured out a few moves. I'll show you. Don't need to offer any advice. Just watch. Sure. Go ahead. Bling, bling, blong. And that's it. Dusha. Why do you thank me? Without a master like you, I wouldn't know which move should be polished and which move should be scrapped. I didn't need you to say anything. All I needed was your reaction. Face told me all I needed to know about which moves stand out and which moves are flawed. You said you didn't want to take up the sword again, but you look like an inveterate drunkard who just saw a jug of wine. You can't hide it. The Jianghu is too dangerous for a simple one like you. You're absolutely right. Interesting. Ouch. Here, take this medicine. I thought you would keep holding your pain. The wound opened when I laughed. What happened? I was waylaid on my way out of the Jiangxi after delivering the last batch of goods for the season. Enemies of yours? Yep. Job that I took a few years ago. It's only after I killed the man that I realized he wasn't just an evil rich man. Many people had reason to thank him. And reason to take revenge for him, even though they were not his kin. They must have watched me for a long time, finally dared to attack me when they were sure that I'd lost my sword, and I hadn't fought in a long time. Barely escaped with my life to meet you here. How many enemies came for your life in the past year? Too many to remember. And you just kept running? What was I supposed to do? Let them kill me? Could have killed those petty minions easily, sword or no sword. To what end? One can never truly kill all of one's enemies. Kill one and you make another. Dude, this is Vinland Saga. It's Vinland Saga core. I'll just keep sinking deeper. And what of it? Isn't that what the Jianghu is about? Live free and live without regret. If your sword hand slows down and you fall to someone stronger, that's just how things are. It seemed the best and worst of the Jianghu. What's so bad about such a life? Besides, is laying low and keeping your head down the rest of your life free the way you want to live? I still think losing my sword was a sign from heaven. Frowns without comment. Come in, friends. Your tea is ready. You should drink it before it gets cold. Let's go. You can leave once you've had your tea. But I just arrived. My swordsmanship has improved greatly in the past year, but you haven't figured out how to live without the sword. I won the bet this year. See you again next year. Very well. It's gonna take a couple more years. Year 3. Well, we were at year 7. You're still alive. How have you been? Haven't seen many new wounds? Have your enemies grown fewer, or have you learned to run faster? Year 4. Walking a boat to find a sword? How could anyone be so stupid? Well, I've never seen a boat, nor the river, nor the sea. Lotus leaves as far as the eye could see, endless green becoming one with the sky. Wonder what it looks like. Year 5. See you next year. That's all? Damn. He's beginning to live without the sword. Year 6. Hey. Oh, there you are. I got within 2 inches of you and you didn't notice. I could have killed you easily if I wanted to. You still can. I'm distracted by something else. What are you hiding? Oh. Notice, warrant, bounty. Delivering blade. It's the name of you and your sword? Yep. Keep talking about ridding yourself of your sword, getting away from the Jung-Hu, then you commit all these crimes? Whoa! What he do? Oh. Not me. The delivering blade. What do you mean? The delivering blade, which had been quiet for so many years, has once again become active in recent months, leaving a trail in multiple nomadic cities. Jiangxi, Langyi, Shangshu, Longmen. Or should I say, a trail of blood. I told you last year that medicinal herb harvests were poor across the board. Had a really tough year. I'm trying to my debts. They forgot a word. Trying to get my debts settled with a few major clients. Mean someone's stealing your name to do evil? Attempted to frame you directly, even? Why? For 20 years I've worked for both the law and the underworld. Must be countless warrants and bounties on my head, but there's one thing I can be sure. Whether they're trying to catch people's attentions or hide their true aim, name the delivering blade is convenient for them. Which means the delivering blade can never escape the Jung-Hu. Funny, isn't it? You're concerned? It's been 6 years since I lost my sword. This is a sign from heaven for me to distance myself from all this. And I almost succeeded. When I first set foot into the Jung-Hu, I just wanted to make a living by the sword while doing a few good deeds along the way. The further I went, the less my will was my own. It's only now that I realize the Jung-Hu is a vortex. Gigantic vortex, and there's only one way out of it. Don't get sucked in the first place. You're in pain. I've never seen you like this before. Is that so? Perhaps. Enough about me. What about you? Me? I thought they weren't supposed to dig into each other's matters. It's true. Could have killed me just now if you wanted to. Your skills have improved tremendously over the last few years. I somehow read the sentence correctly, but in a different order. What the fuck? No secret tomes, no teacher, not even a sparring partner in this little town. You've come this far on your own talent alone. Don't even feel surprised or confused about all that's happened to me. Your mental attainment, too, is far beyond the ordinary. First time we met, I tried to dissuade you from studying the sword, out of my own experiences alone. But perhaps you're a true genius who belonged to the Jung-Hu all along. You should leave this town and see what lies outside. You're right. Something that I must do. Young lady, what is it? Frankly, there aren't many who would be matched for you at this point. There's no need to linger in this tiny town. If you want to leave, you should. We met each other by the tidings of fate. I'd like to give you a present, if you'd take it. The name of the delivering blade. Call yourself a student, even the delivering blade himself. I could even give you a token to prove it. Jung-Hu can be a treacherous place, after all, and it'll make life a lot easier for you. You should go. Bring this annual meeting to an end. It's not time yet. What? I haven't found a way to leave this town. But I will, soon. I don't understand. You're the only one who's being drawn into the vortex. See you next year. Oh, you're not the only one who's being drawn into the vortex. See you next year. But then next year she didn't appear. Unless. Another 4 hours have passed. Long past the appointed time, isn't it? She's never missed the time before. You're not going? Let me stay a little longer. Since you don't wait anymore. I knew there was something you wanted to say, Keeper. Go ahead. I knew there was something you wanted to say, Keeper. Go ahead, say it. The woman you're waiting for is a killer who's committed multiple murders in these parts. Whole town's in an uproar. Nobody dares to go out, even in the light of day. Did you notice how few patrons are in here? Apparently she has been going around doing some shenanigans. Finally, a Tenshi from the burrows passed by here a little while back. She's not going after this woman. So I don't think she's coming. She might be aloof and eccentric, but she's not evil. What happened? Heard she was looking for a secret tome meant to improve one's kung fu or something else. I don't know the specifics. You know, I've been wondering about something. Go on. Her sword is unusual. As far as I know, there were no other martial artists in this town before. How could a girl who was born and raised here, a town isolated from everything, become so obsessed with the sword in Jianghu? Born and raised here? No, she's not local. She just showed up one day and no one knows what her name is or where she came from. What? What? Crazy. Do you know when that was? Let me think. About the same time that you first came? I had just lost my sword then. What's going on? He's putting the bits together. Ling Qingyang, is it? Why do you keep coming for me? Object of evil, submit and answer for your crimes. What do you think you know? I do have many questions. Why did the Grandmaster's Book of Kung Fu show up here and why are you after it? But you won't answer them unless I take you in. Enough talk, do your worst. You missed our appointment. I thought you had left. Jingchou, the delivering blade? I don't ever remember doing business with the Tenshi Burrows. Ling Qingyang of the Tenshi Burrows. I read your files when I was working at the Judicial Review Office. It's a thick one. You've been quiet the last few years, though. You see, you were hiding here. And so I end up finding a judicial office who knows about me in this place. What a joke, isn't it? Trying to retire from the Jianghu. Are you in league with each other? Didn't you hear him? He left the Jianghu behind, trying to wash its stains from his hands these 7 years. There's nothing to do with this secret tome or the entire incident. But he's trying to protect you. Protect me? I don't need it. Young lady, get out of the way. I can deal with her myself. The swordsman does not move. You finally got rid of your sword, the identity that it gave you. Spent 7 years putting your previous life to rest. No need to break your vow now. We barely know each other. When we first met, you said I could never rid myself of it. In fact, it's always been there by my side. What? I lost my sword here. Then I met you, who seemed to be born to wield a sword, improving simply by observing my tiniest of reactions. Of course you could. We were inseparable once. I don't know what happened or why you're doing all this. Now you realize. How slow of you. It did take him 7 years. Also, I guess, is fair. Who thinks like, oh yeah, my sword came alive. I lost it yesterday and now it's alive the next day. Funny, isn't it? I tried to give me the name Delivering Blade when we met last year. And in fact, that is exactly what I am. It's a strange town. There's a mysterious power in the air, causing inanimate objects to become sentient geists. Teapots, fans, rocks. Maybe half the people you see in the streets were once such trinkets. Don't remember how we got separated, but I've looked like this from my first ever waking moment. I looked for you until I found you at the tea house. We were drinking tea nonchalantly, not the slightest bit anxious. Came up to you and drew your attention and you said, I lost my sword. It's a sign from heaven. Young lady, no. No, Delivering Blade. Now, how should I call you? Don't get sentimental. Swordsman with blood on his hands wants to turn over a new leaf. That's not wrong. The grumpy Tenshi over there might even exclaim, there's no greater virtue. There's one thing that I realized at the time. This Jianghu, which you've grown so tired of, I've seen it and walked it with you, but I've never experienced it myself. I shall wield the sword and travel to Jianghu, this time under my own name. But where guys cannot leave this town. I've tried many times. River to the east, bridge to the west. It's as though there's an invisible wall around the town, one that stops only the geists. That's why you said it's not time yet. I knew it. You stole the Book of Kung Fu because you sought to break this barrier for geists through the Grandmaster's teachings. Such strange affairs. You could not have known who the Grandmaster was, so why would you think his writings would have such power? Someone is trying to manipulate geists into causing trouble. Are you done with your deduction, Tenshi? Yes, I thought you might have been a geist, but I didn't expect you to have such a past with Zhengshou, delivering blade. It provides no reference for my judgment of your crimes. You must answer for the acts you committed in attempting to acquire the book. Submit or be annihilated in form and spirit by Lei Fa. Submit? Secret tome is already mine. Do not discover its secret and leave this place. This place that I've been trying to get out of for 7 years. No more sword bearer, no more sheath. What is that to stop the sword's edge? The only way to stop it is to break it. If that's so. Whoa. She's doing the... She started doing the hand signs. Thunder of heaven, heed my call. Ling Xingyang's voice is soft, but it seems as though heaven and earth themselves heed her call. The sky suddenly darkens, dark clouds gather, and a bright arc of electricity forms on her palm. It is a bit funny that we do indeed get this, you know, just as we see Feng Yi doing this kind of shit in Wuling. Tinshilin, I don't know how things came to this, but I can understand why she wanted to do what she did. There's no need to... She's my sword. I'll accept responsibility with her. Begone. Fool. I can understand her desire for freedom, but violence is inherent in her nature as the geist of a sword. It's likely that she cannot control herself anymore. The more intent her desire is, the more important it is that I stop her from putting even more innocent people in harm's way. As for you, it's a good thing that you took the loss of your sword as a sign to distance yourself from the Jianghu and its conflicts. 7 years have passed, and you have yet to fully retire from it. Hatred and grudges are like snow falling in a valley, piling up deeper and deeper. But you could have freed yourself from it if you truly tried. Maybe she was right. In your heart, did you really throw away your sword? Enough talk. As both the Deputy Minister of the Judicial Review Office and disciple of the Tenshi Boroughs, this thunder must strike. Monkey, listen. I can fix her. Fucking flashbanged. Also, yeah, she did resign. She's no longer the Deputy Minister of the Judicial Review Office. Well, fucking rip sword, though. Gone. The clouds and thunder scatter. The sword-bearing woman is gone, and the skies are clear again. We're just deleting all the fucking NPCs in this one. A plain-bound book lies where she stood. The wind blows its cover open. A book? Oh, okay. The book. Book of Kung Fu. The one who stole the Book of Kung Fu from Human might be here in this town. What is this person planning? No use thinking about it. I'll just retrieve the Book of Kung Fu now. There you are. I've been looking for you. Hui Tanpei? What was that again? I'm trying to remember the name. There's only the swordsman left on the street. He stands there in a daze, staring silently into space. He did literally just see, like, fucking lightning magic. Such commotion. Is something the matter? I lost my sword. Oh. I lost my sword, but in a different way. Same line, but the implications. I love it when they do that. I love it when they do that. This full circle comeback. It's time to go. Once a year, and never again. Excuse me, sir. You're... Do you know me? I'm lost. I don't know how I got here. You're the first person to pass by in a while. I wonder if you know the way. Oh? So that's what Tianxilin meant. Meant with? In your heart, did you really throw away your sword? I don't know the answer. But what you're doing is heartless, Tianxilin. Heartless, is it? You're still going to beg for mercy for her, even at this hour? We saw each other one day of the year for 7 years. Thought I was the one guiding her, but it turns out it was the other way around. It's true I was a fool. I'd thrown away my sword only to pick it up time and time again. Yeah. I don't know what I'm clinging to or what I'm afraid of. It's something I should figure out in a remote village somewhere or in a prison cell. I'll pay for all the damage she caused and I'll turn myself in. Before that, though, please. Frenzied muttering by the sword-bearing woman. Look at her. She can't hear you anymore. She engaged in too much violence to obtain the book. Malice will overcome her mind even if the thunder of heaven does not strike. But she will never truly be human, even if Leifa managed to rid her of geisthood. It can do that? The living suffer and think much, but the geists formed from inanimate objects are often simple of mind. It's difficult for them to truly become part of society. Is it an act of kindness to bring them into this world or an act of cruelty? Perhaps you should beg the Tianxi Borough's forgiveness when all is said and done, Ling Qingyang. But enough talk. As both the Deputy Minister of Judicial Review Office and disciple of the Tianxi Boroughs, this thunder must strike. What did you just say? What the heck did Ling do? What did Leizi do? But you remember anything? Remember what? Never mind. There's a town down this path. Qidao's half a day's journey from here, which leads to many nomadic cities. Shangshu, Dahuang, Langyi. Where are you going? Where do you want to go? Forward. Not in great health, but I want to see those places. Perhaps we can travel together for a while. Wife acquired? And yeah, also, yeah, she has no sword. So, like, seemingly the sword part of her was somehow removed. Guy acquired sword wife. She's the sword, but no longer the sword. What? What is this Leifa magic Leizi has? What do you mean? What do you mean it removed? Wait, does Leizi have fucking disarm? Yes? Oh my god. Oh my god. Right, you're frightened. Yeah, it's called disarm in Chinese, isn't it, or something? Oh my god. That's so silly. Really? Oh, that's silly. That's funny. Cinema. Damn, their writing is this fire? And then now I have like suddenly acquired a non-sword, used to be sword waifu. Or yeah, is it more like a dad situation? I don't know. Also, I'll say a waifu dad. Yes, waifu dad. Waifu dad. So this vignette is not quite as sort of as a sort of singular story. This vignette is clearly like, it is more like it's a bunch of sort of slightly episodic bits, so like separate little storylines, like little short stories, which just have somewhat of a connecting through line with like the Kung Fu book and obviously, you know, the next Sui sibling and the garden. What is this? That madman barged into the training grounds and just started brawling. I think he's the one who fought the Grandmaster in the same place 6 months ago. We don't know what's wrong with him, but we tried avoid hurting him. He knocked a few dozen guys out cold and then just went away. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what his name. That's the tiger guy was Paitampe. And yeah, did Chungya give the book to him, or did Chungya give the sword to him? Wasn't it the sword? What madness is this? What happened to the Grand Master's sword? Sword. General, someone just broke into the armory. What do we lose? The Grand Master's Book of Kung Fu. Oh, well. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, yeah. Chungya gave the sword to Waifu Dad. And then apparently the book was just stolen by someone. Dear General Zhuo, war is on the horizon. The lives of your soldiers and the livelihoods of your people must be your top priority. Best strategy is to disrupt your enemy's strategy. Non-aggression is the essence of justice. I've borrowed your book for a time. It will be returned to you in due course. Mo Yi, Shanghai Zong. Yi? Is that the same Yi? Best regards. Had he gone senile at the end of U event? Did he? Was that a thing? Something about him in a cave gone mad or something? Well, maybe he has gone mad. He could still be fucking mad. He did just fucking apparently go over here and fucking beat up a bunch of guys and left. However, that is kind of normal for him, but you know. Oh, is that the girl from before? Could it be? We don't actually know her name yet, so. Oh, right. Well, yeah, she was the one who had the book. Yeah. I forgot. She was the one who stole the book originally. Yeah. The contents of the armory are unmolested. Technically correct word, but also except for an empty space on the bookshelf. There's only a letter where a book should be. Guards? Yes, sir? What are your orders? Prepare a messenger. Have a letter to be delivered to the Sui regulator. Yes, sir. And a second messenger. Deliver a secret message to the Tenshi Bureau. Understood? Apparently, yeah, she's Shanghai Zhong. Well, yeah, there she is. Impressive, Master Hui. Stealing an army camp 10,000 strong and escaping without breaking a sweat. No one in Yun's history could have achieved such a feat, and it's unlikely anyone else ever will. Okay, oh, well, so he did it. At the orders of her, I guess. Hui Chanpei does not answer, striding around in circles, muttering under his breath. He might be a little kooky still. No need to worry, Master Hui. You help me obtain the book, and I'll help you in turn. We'll have a bout with the Grand Master in an arena with all eyes upon you. I'll prepare everything for you 10 days hence, at the peak of Mount Meng. But I want to ask you, Master Hui. No mortal man is your equal, and you know that the Grand Master is no mortal man. Why do you insist on defeating him? Humans have not held their own against beasts for thousands of years by pitting their own weakness against their foe's strength. You're not making any sense. Someone stronger than me, I train until I beat them. If heaven and earth are stronger than me, I'll do whatever it takes to beat them. He's so Goku, except way angrier. This obsession of yours is not fit for a mortal man. But you would not have been forced into your current circumstances by the merchant if you'd completely forgotten your humanity. I'm wondering if she maybe is not a mortal, normal human. Should I pity you or laugh at you? Interesting. She's talking about, she's talking in a way which usually the ones who are not mortal talk. You know? The mortals do usually not refer to the mortals as mortals. That came this way, Uncle Lee? Footprints are widely spaced, but the distance between them is consistent. Every print is equal in depth. They could have only been left by a Kung Fu master. Looks like a mangler's claws. Making fun of me again. Caught one glimpse of it that one time, and then he got away. The only way now, based on clues that we have. We deal with smart people in smart ways. But your dad is a Kung Fu obsessed fool, so we handle him the foolish way. Just keep looking. Worried about him, or angry that he's making trouble again? I just don't understand. I would never call him reliable, but he's always honest and upright when it comes to kung fu. Yet, did we have a little, like, epilogue thing with Waifu Dad at the end of U event that I just kind of don't remember properly? Hello, Mortos Glorp. U event? Okay, yeah. Was not properly downloaded and registered in my brain. Yeah, making a K with his fists for some reason does indeed, I don't know, somehow it does ring a bell. When you say it, it does ring a bell of like, he was doing something a little funny, wasn't he? Some kind of tease for something. Never bully the weak just because you're strong and never hurt the innocent. He raised me on these ideals. I don't get it. What changed him? Or that people lose their reason when they lose what they love, or if they let their obsessions get the better of them. Right, well, I mean, you know, he lost his obsession, kind of, you know, with like the whole thing that happened during the Chongyu event. Anyone under heaven who could break his heart over Kung Fu? Unless... Oh, invitation to wine. These two are looking for her dad, and I thought it'd lead to a future side story, but maybe it's just this small vignette part. Well, I mean, this vignette then also leads into, like, stuff in IS6, which obviously is whole own little story thing. And obviously it could also lead forward still into the next Suyu event, so... As he's going so far down the martial path that he's no longer dealing in mortal affairs. Well, I haven't forgiven him yet. I won't forgive whoever turned him this way either. You're right. Then we'll get away with it. But you just reminded me. Town near here. Perhaps he'll offer a clue. Is it the town? The town, maybe? Or a different town? You're looking for someone? There's been a busy clinic lately. You see these people with plaster casts all over them. Maybe the one you're looking for is among them. Looks like business has been booming for you. Mind if I ask, why are there so many wounded here? It's a long story. It's always been a peaceful town with no real martial tradition. A couple people make a living with the sword, but nobody worth writing home about. Best they can do is stand guard at a manor or escort some goods a short ways. Recent day, though, we've been getting Jianghu adventurers from all across the country coming to these parts for some reason. More people means more trouble. These guys are showing up with hot tempers, a little argument, and fists start flying. They're in pretty bad shape. What kind of argument gets them going at each other like that? It's another matter altogether. Folks who come to this town are after some kind of secret kung fu tome. Legend has it the thing will make you first under heaven. There's nothing they wouldn't do to get their hands on it. First under heaven, again. One particular nutcase among their ranks. He challenges anyone who looks like a Jianghu adventurer, whether they want to fight or not. Total nutcase, incredibly strong. Half the people who've been here these past few days have got hurt by fighting him. Is this guy still in town? Who knows? He's made share of enemies. People might be after him now. Do you know that madman? Well, don't worry, we came to put a stop to the conflict. Either way, you'd better get him out of here, if you can. What happens in the Jianghu may stay in the Jianghu, but the Tianshis and Imperial Court aren't going to keep quiet if this carries on. Anyway, I've got patience to see. Hope I have enough medicine in stock. Sounds like Dad, alright. More likely than not, but I've never heard of the secret tome they're fighting over. I've never heard of such a powerful tome either. Whether it's true or not, there's one thing for sure. Treasure's whereabouts only become publicly known when it's being used for bait. And we should try to hook whoever set this bait. I think I just saw a familiar face. You are Mr. Lee. We met in Changshu, correct? Damn, that was so long ago. Ling event? So long ago. Are you looking for the martial master drawn here by a supposed secret kung fu tome? We don't know if he was drawn here by the tome. What brings you here, Master Lin? Looking for the one who brought the tome here. What do you know of all this? Not much. All I know is that it's an elaborate plot and many have come to this town believing those claims. As for the true purpose behind it all, they must be trying to put on a show the way they've drawn so many. It's the best place for a show in town like this. There is some commotion outside? Dad causing trouble. Okay, now we're back here. Think this is the second time we've met, Mr. Yun. Suppose it's fate that determined we should meet again. What a pleasure. A young lady. You can call me Mo Yi. No. It's a looking terrain, is it? Maybe a little bit, yeah. I think they mentioned that there was there ever a book? I do feel like this is the first time I heard about this book, yeah. I don't feel like I heard about it in the Chongyu event, but... Why have you called for me, Mrs. Mo? You're the Grandmaster's favorite student. No one knows him better. He would like you to appraise a certain artifact. Tell me, is this book a product of his pen? Intriguing. All the troubles that have befallen this town over the tome were part of your plan, weren't they? Let's just say, ask no questions and you'll be told no lies. In any case, I must ask you to appraise the authenticity of this book of Kung Fu from Mr. Liang here. Mo Yi takes out the tome and hands it to Yung Qingping. This is the second time that Yung Qingping has seen the book in this town. He saw the waiter steal the book in the tea house, but now it has ended up in Mo Yi's hands. Yes, this is the book that the Grandmaster dictated to me, which I put to paper with my pen. It was a gift from the Grandmaster to General Zhou Shanglao of Yumen. How did it end up in your hands? We can talk about that later. The Master of Garden of Grotesquerie is interested in this, Mr. Lung? It is a remarkable feat obtaining this book. Won't ask how you did it. I shall communicate this to my master for him to make a decision. Will your master still not show himself, even though we've confirmed that this is the original manuscript? Not my place to judge on behalf of my master. He has his own standards for determining whether or not an item is truly treasure. Yeah, he really liked that one rock. I'll give you the answer once I've spoken to him. Also, yeah. Book. If there's a book of Kung Fu that's just record keeper, that's the real book of Kung Fu, is record keeper. They don't know. They don't know. What a shame. Can I ask the questions now, Miss Mo? Why have you stolen the tome and spread such rumors through the Jianghu? You have one foot in the Jianghu, don't you? I accompanied my master on his travels in my early years, but I would not count myself as a Kung Fu master. Neither would I. I'm just Jianghu nobody with no knowledge of Kung Fu. Oh, sure. But I've loved watching self-proclaimed Kung Fu masters kill each other like starving beasts for a tiny bit of fame, some ridiculously insignificant squabble. The quarrels and bickering of real people is so much more interesting than staged plays. Much blood will be spilled for this play of yours. Isn't this a little dishonorable? What do heaven and earth know of honor? Why should I care? Just sit back and relax. I'm sure you'll enjoy the show too. Mo Yi, my girl? Really? This your girl? You're claiming her? The one who just really wants to see people kill each other? All these things. What's going on? Am I imagining things? All those chairs and tables on the street turn into people? Even the brooms? No, you're not. There's something strange about this town. Just think of the objects turning into people as some kind of illusion, and don't let it bother you too much. So rude to the objects. Well, I've seen stranger things. Yeah, he saw some shit. These abominations. Could there be one of Miss Ling's siblings in this place? I'm afraid the situation is slightly worse than that. Never seen them in an uproar like this. What happened? Looks like they're heading in the same direction. Are they going up the hill? Nobody's perfect. Okay, yeah. I think you might be quite forgiving just because she's kind of pretty. The peak of Mount Mong is packed with people, not just Jianghu wanderers chasing rumors, but also the non-human residents of the town who have taken human form. It's an honor to have so many heroes of the Jianghu assembled here today. You literally just said you don't care about honor, okay? What do you mean it's an honor? Make up your mind, woman. I'm sure your time is valuable, so I'll get straight to the point. Here it is. Mo Yi raises the book of Kung Fu up high, and many in the crowd begin to whisper to one another. This is the legendary tome written by the Grand Master defending the borders of Yan. Not only does it contain the greatest secrets of Kung Fu to elevate your school above all others, it also reveals the secrets to shedding your immortal hide and becoming a god in flesh, reaching the heights of the Grand Master. I'm sure it does not actually include that. All who practice Kung Fu dream of elevating their schools above all others. For many in the crowd, however, they are more interested in the shedding your immortal hide and becoming a god part. Whatever they are seeking, Mo Yi's words are enough to send them into a frenzy. All the rumors flying around the Junghu lately, I'm sure one book would not be enough to convince you. This is why I've invited Mr. Yun here. Oh no. Mr. Yun is the Grandmaster's record keeper. Perhaps some of you even recognize him and know that I speak the truth. He's attested to the authenticity of the book. There could be no greater assurance. I thought he was gonna fucking start selling Mr. Yun. Moi pauses to ensure that the crowd does not doubt her before continuing. I'm young and unlearned. It is not my place to keep this treasure for my own. That's why I'm hosting this banquet of heroes. I don't know, maybe she's not an immortal being. Maybe she really is just kooky and fucked up and... All who have assembled here today, this tome shall belong to whoever manages to take it and keep it. It is as though the crowd has exploded. Everyone has weapons in hand, brandishing at the people around them. All they need is a cue to start killing. Those who know better try back off quietly, but even more rush towards Moi, drawn by her promise. The Geists who share the same thought join flesh and blood humans in the scrum. Everyone, hear me out, please! In the commotion, Yung Qingping walks to the front of the stage and speaks to the crowd below. Some of them hear his words, and one after another they stop doing whatever they were doing, curious to hear what this frail young man has to say. Oh. My master says that testing oneself against another is the only path to self-reflection, and competing against others is the only path to self-improvement. Competition is a virtue for students of the martial arts. But we must not forget the most basic rule of Kung Fu. Hard work is the only path to mastery. The study of martial arts is fundamentally the improvement of oneself. Take shortcuts to make oneself stronger for the sake of fame and glory is to confound the end with the means to that end. What are you trying to say? It's no doubt that this original manuscript of the Book of Kung Fu. However, what you do know is, this book was dictated to me by my master and put to paper by my pen. It is not imbued with any of the magical effects that Miss Mo claims. This book is in fact so wondrous, why is it that I, who wrote the words with my own hand, remain an ordinary man with no Kung Fu to boast of? No, he has a point, no. His voice is not loud, but every word rings clear. A commotion of a different kind begins to spread throughout the crowd. Monsieur, I suggest you refrain from making any wrong moves at a time like this. Yung Qingping pretends not to hear the girl's threat and continues speaking. Based, Gigachad. The Book of Kung Fu contains the Grandmaster's understanding of Kung Fu accumulated over his vast lifetime, as well as the key points often missed by martial artists during training. There's a great benefit to any practitioner of the martial arts. Other than that, it has no unique properties. If you don't believe me, Yung Qingping takes out a printed copy of the Book of Kung Fu. They're mass-produced? This Book of Kung Fu is no secret, and it's certainly not one of a kind. There's no need to spill blood over it. There's literally printed versions of it! Hope they keep the habit of having well-detailed NPCs that are not necessarily playable or playable way after doubt. Yeah, I do really like it. I do like that, yeah. That's one of the, I do feel one of the, like, obviously benefits of Arknights, or rather just, you know, this type of storytelling. In this sort of, with this, you know, setup, with the VN setup, you can have, like, way more detailed and, like, unique NPC designs, because it's just much easier to create them. So you can have lots of NPCs that are, sort of have more of a presence just purely on design. And they don't have to indeed be playable. There's so many NPCs that are just like, damn, that's a nice design. Not even playable. Sheesh. Unfortunately, indeed, probably not going to be as much of a thing in Enfield just because of the realities of the world. If they actually do that, however, if we actually will have like some NPCs that are like, I mean, obviously there's some, like Director Chin, Andre, and so on. There's some, but it won't be just as common. And like a lot will end up playable. Watch out, Uncle Lee. Ow. You know, this is a site that I didn't really need to see again. It's also literally the same mountain path sprite as in Ling Event. He really has seen this before. There's too many of them. Do these pots and pans turned humans have something to do with that secret tome too? These pots and pans must be headed in the direction of the culprit. We take them in custody and everything else will become clear. Would like to ask the two of you to help. Of course, Master Lin. I'll clear a path for you. Does she need that help? I ate some curry before stream, so all of my burps taste of curry. What did you say? Dude, this girl is fucking dumb. She didn't either. Did she actually not know? Who fucking finessed this girl? I mean, okay, yeah, I mean, okay, it was Yi, you know, finessing this girl. It was my master's most sincere wish to help more people go further down the path of Kung Fu, but teaching martial arts is a very personal thing, and the Grandmaster's time and energy are not unlimited. What he could do was record his thinking and understanding in concise language, so that those who come after can avoid certain pitfalls without learning the hard way. The Book of Kung Fu is certainly his labor of love, with countless generations of record keepers' archives that I had the honor of organizing. But the Grandmaster gifted this book to General Zhou in the hopes that its teachings would be known throughout the army and eventually by all the people. He never intended to keep it secret. In other words, does the President want to take their Kung Fu to a higher level? I'm happy to request another print run. It'd be trivial to get everyone a copy. Oh, that's funny. We could just print more, guys. We could just print more of these. Profanities begin flying out from the crowd after a brief moment of silence. If one person took a step forward, the rest would follow to throw this Liberi fraud from the mountaintop. Good. Very good. We were encouraged from the Grandmaster, if nothing else. Did it occur to you that I could take your life here and now with ease if you so pushed me? I would be an unlucky man, it can't be helped. I'm no martial artist, but I know the rules of Jianghu. Can't stand idly by when injustice occurs. Please, return the Book of Kung Fu to Human. It's nothing special to these Jianghu adventurers, but it means a lot to General Zhou. How dare you? Allow me to say a few more words, Miss Mo. You said you wanted to put on a show of real-life people quarreling and bickering. Suppose you wanted to see people spilling blood for the sake of a Kung Fu tome. All I see, however, is people who want to improve their martial skills. Nothing wrong with pursuing mastery of the martial arts. I've seen much evil in the world, but very little done for the sake of evil. More often, so-called evil begins with good intentions, on the incorrect means. I don't know why you're doing this, but deceiving people like this is not the proper way. Your skills and your cleverness could be used to better ends. She was named Clever Girl at the start. Skill Book 3. You may not have learned Kung Fu from the Grandmaster, but looks like you did learn his holier-than-thou attitude. Don't blame me then. Whoa! No, Record Keeper! Okay. Safe. Safe. I have you at last. You're guilty of the theft from a critical military facility, and now you are deceiving the people of your lives. What is your purpose? Ah, this must be the famous Deputy Minister Lin. You've already resigned your position, haven't you? It's not your style to overstep your bounds, is it? Nah, she's actually doing that quite often at this point. Previous event, all about her overstepping her bounds. As a Chunshi, I can stand by and watch this evil take place. Taking you to Baizhou. What are you laughing at? Laughing at how short-sighted you are, despite all the big words you say. All of Baizhou and Yuman are on the brink, yet you're trying to sabotage me while claiming to represent justice. What do you mean? Perhaps I don't understand Kung Fu as deeply as you do, but you don't understand the firmaments nearly as deeply as I. Didn't want to do this, but... I guess, yeah, the Shanghai Zhong were like a firmament praising organization. Mo Yi leaps back and creates some distance. Standing at the summit, she holds the tome in her hand with rare focus and reverence in her eyes. The 9 provinces are dark. Oh, she's casting a spell, stop her! The sky darkens at her words. Heaven and earth are silent. Heed my words, great mystery. In the earth, lines warp and weft. In the heavens, the genesis of martial prowess. In the name of the Shanghai Zhong, I bid ye cometh. First of the 12, the name of which is Shuo. Ah! That's Chongyue. It's Chongyue. The darkness that engulfed heaven and earth is suddenly dashed apart, revealing the manifestation of the bestial Sui, whose towering figure reaching towards the heavens. Okay, well, first of the 12, right, yes. Yeah, this is stand art. All present are starkly reminded of their insignificance, even standing at the peak of the mountain. Whether this is really him or simply an illusion, the appearance of this massive shadow signifies one thing. The power of Shuo lives within the manuscript. Oh yeah, that was Chongyue's, like, original name. What? Master? I suppose there are a few living people in Yan who have seen this aspect of him. It's a reminder of what Yan has been facing all these years. If you want to catch me, you'll have to fight him first. Look out! This was in the animated little trailer, wasn't it? We did see big Chongus. The massive shadow slams its palm towards the crowd on the ground. The entire mountain shakes. Many are knocked off their feet, but it is no simple blow. Yung Qingping could see clear form and meaning in the palm strike, with a stiffness that belies its size. Its every moment and its presence announce its nature as the manifestation of Kung Fu itself. Scatter, get out of the way! Scatter in chat. I call upon the Five Thunders. She's also doing an incantation? Thunder hits the shadow, but it is as though it had struck the void. It's no use? What under heaven is that thing? No, that's not the Grandmaster. Grandmaster's sword is not here. There's no more than an illusion reflected in the Book of Kung Fu. I don't know how the girl did it, but there must be a way to break the spell. You can bypass the illusion and attack her directly. Finally. Oh. We meet again. As the crowd scatters, this Shuo greets its first challenger. Stay back, it's dangerous. Master Huai? Dude, he's so happy about this. Do we have lightning emotes? I guess we don't have any other lightning emotes. Music! Huai Tongpei does not answer, striding toward Shuo with firm steps. I lost the sword, I broke my promise. Should never come to see you. Oh yeah, he lost the sword. My dream is yet to be realized. My life is finite, I must come to see you. Menacing murmur. The fist moves winds and clouds. Huai Tongpei does not dodge or cower, letting the wake of the punch brush against him. Another punch, heavy as a mountain, inexorable as the tide, falls upon Huai Tongpei. He's tanking it? Fist meets fist, strength meets strength. He's fucking built different though. How's this possible? It is the shadow of a god, the manifestation of Kung Fu itself, yet somehow it has met its match. It is a duel between equals. Yung Qingping takes out pen and paper by instinct. Write that down, write that down! Not she, I mean Huai Tongpei is just tanking it. The palm strike shattering heaven and earth. Inhale, exhale, and let the breath be one with the cosmos. Whoa. Fist meets palm, still evenly matched. Huai Tongpei matches Shuo move for move, continuing to step forward. With each exchange, Shuo becomes more corporeal, more real. One round after another. Finally, Huai Tongpei stands at the summit, gazing up at the illusion's wrath. Dude, imagine this animated. Guy just walking up to the thing. 11th rounds? Yung Qingping flips open his record of martial combat to the page where he recorded that duel for the ages. He still remembers the final punch, which could not be described with language. Master Huai has taken another step forward. Simplicity is perfection. It is a simple thing to understand. But within life and death on the line, do the music! But with life and death on the line, how many could set aside their ego, set aside themselves, cutting everything down to its most simple elements? A single punch or a kick at exactly the right time, be it in offense or in defense. Kung Fu has become an inherent part of him, in his limbs, in his muscles, in his viscera. 30 rounds have passed, Huai Tongpei still stands. The power of the punches have left 2 deep ditches in the boulder beneath his feet. But he can go no further forward. One more step and he will fall off the cliff. Huai Tongpei shows no intention of backing down. No, he's in danger. But who dares intervene in such a duel? Who can? The Tongpei does this like... Tongpei just appears, does some insane shit, and then Leaves. Dad! The cry causes the man to pause for an instant in the midst of a fight for life and death. Fuck! Stupid kids! It's you. Well, I remember now. It gets fucking... I remember now. I made a 40-year promise. Handed over the sword because I could not abandon it. I remember now. I have a daughter to protect. My name is Huaitanpei. But I forgot. I forgot all the moves I learned. I forgot my opponents and enemies. I have never lost. I am without equal under heaven. Who am I fighting against? I'm only fighting against myself. There's no path ahead. I must turn back. Huh? Huaitanpei leaps into the air and sends his fist into the chest of Shuo. He cuts a ragged figure, but his eyes are crystal clear. As the illusion dissipates, Huaitanpei falls from the cliff. He can tank that. He'll just tank it. He's done more insane things. The wind blows by and the sky is restored to its previous color. The battle that shook heaven and earth might as well have been a dream that everyone went through together. The spectators continue to look up the sky, forgetting to turn their gazes away. Army. He will do literally anything to not hang out with his daughter. The things men will do instead of go to therapy. Zola? Yun, Auntie Lin. Thank goodness you're right. I guess I wasn't too late. Master Huai fell from the cliff in the fight with the illusion. Please send someone to search for him. Master Huai is here too? What a coincidence. Lieutenant? Yes, sir. Someone fell from the cliff. Send men to look for him. Yes, sir. I came with a platoon when I heard the thief who stole the Grandmaster's book of Kung Fu from Yuan had been sighted causing trouble. But the culprit... Only now do they realize that the girl had disappeared without a trace. Oh, you let her go? She got away again. All the routes in and out of the mountains are being watched. She won't escape. As for the rest of you... By Imperial decree, those present are deemed to have been incited by an outlaw, and your culpability in this matter will not be pursued if you leave this place at once. How nice of him. Those who do not comply will be dealt with harshly. Many of those present have not always lived on the right side of the law, and their hearts sank like a stone when they saw the soldiers arrive. It is thus a massive relief to hear that they will not be prosecuted. They bow an apology before leaving as quickly as they can. Okay, but the inanimate objects can't leave. Only the Geist remain, not quite understanding the situation, looking lost and bewildered. Mr. Pooh! Also, he's a snake, isn't he? Yeah. Based on tail and ears. Made it just in time. Look at you, acting like the worst of humanity, engaging in vanity and avarice. What did I teach you? If you want to become human, you must learn humanity little by little, starting with right and wrong. You have the body of a human, but if you don't have a conscience, then you're not human after all, just a beast wearing clothes. You see now the book you longed for was just a dream. Come with me back to the school if you still want to learn. Mr. Pooh sees Ling Qingyang and seemingly bows in apology. He turns around and leaves in as much as hurry as he came. He's limping a little. Perhaps the climb has taken a toll on his legs. The Geist linger for a little bit, then turn back into their original forms one by one, forming a long line as they follow the old man down the mountain. So it's just a bunch of objects going down the mountain. But okay, Zula gets there and is like, all right, you criminals, get out of here. And then like suddenly a bunch of the people turn into objects and just start leaving. Like, what the fuck? Town Chronicle. Need to see that animated, right? Oh, well, apparently they did find her. They found her. Also, I thought she wasn't that good of a combatant. What happened? Surrender now. A crack of thunder knocks the girl's blade out of her hands and sends her to the ground. Dark clouds hover above her head, ready to deliver an even more powerful thunderclap. I suggest you don't move unless you wish to be struck by lightning. Persistent lot, aren't you, Master Lin and candle holders? Peaceful end and no harm was done. Do we need to prosecute me so? Yes. Well, the people who dragged into this show of yours. No mean feat, summoning a Suisheng with the token of a firm proxy. Who are you? Where did you learn such forbidden arts? Is that all you care about? I mean, he is a candle holder. He should probably be caring about some random woman trying to summon Sui. The most ancient secret in this land is within reach, candle holder. All you want to do is arrest everyone who tries to understand it. Objects have masters, but knowledge is none. Who decided that the Sui regulator and no one else is allowed to know? I'm supposed to believe that you have no malicious intent given what you did at Mengshang Town. Well, come with us and you'll paint a clearer picture of everything you know and everything you're planning. So you want to take me alive? Does that mean there's nothing you can do? Should I insist on running? Obstinate fool. No, you... They can beat you the fuck up as long as you don't die. We want you to live, but not necessarily conscious. Right? One moment. A crack echoes in the sky, but the fire is faster. The blade of flame cuts through the thunder, and a figure lands in front of the Liberi. Oh no, it's her. It's old Tenshi, who still is just known as Old Tenshi. I really just this is maybe the one in maybe the entire Sui storyline. This old grandma is the one I want to know about the most. Your Lei Fa is quite impressive for your age. Your arts are familiar. Does Bai Dingsheng's generation have their own students now? These fire arts. Could it be Zushi? Sushi? Isn't this the girl who played with brain buds in Da Huang? I'm Ling Qingyang, student of the Lei Fa School and of the Chanshi Borough. This isn't a formal occasion, no need for formalities. You too, girl. Mo Yi of the Shanghai Zong. Greetings, Tenshi. Sushi's really Shanghai Zong. With a look of surprise, go the scrolls in the deepest sections of your library. Are the ones who are behind in terms of Fairmont research. Well, I see the Shanghai Zong committing evil deeds of every kind in the name of the Fairmonts. What have I to do with those who commit murder or arson, or any other deeds under the Shanghai Zong name? How's it any of my business? Can you guarantee that everyone who wears that shiny uniform of yours is an upstanding individual? You. These eccentric ways, the sharp tongue of yours. Just like your founder. Thought the old carpenter didn't have any heirs left. All these years, looked like I was wrong. Great 100,000 years ago contradicted his ideals. He became disillusioned and shied away from society. Some people remember how he wanted to stop the war. As far as we know now, she's Aegis Garuda. Probably something like that. Which also, I do find a little funny. If she actually is like a Garuda type thing. The fact that she has such a... Maybe I just don't know about how Garuda are often portrayed in something like this. Because she has such similar energy to Hersher of Sentience from Honkai 3rd, who is also related to Garuda stuff. So it's like, is this a coincidence or... Huh? Maybe that's just how they are. Maybe that's just how Garuda girls are. You talk big. How do you intend to stop this war? Simply wanted to see the master of the Garden of Grotesqueries. It was for this reason that I stole the Book of Kung Fu and summoned the Suisheng. Guarantee that this war can be stopped if I'm allowed to enter his garden to find a certain object. We're leading up to the garden. A remnant of the proxy who disappeared. You have nerve, if nothing else. Roundhead. You've been listening long enough. Are you going to welcome your guests or not? Roundhead. Senti mentioned, right? I love Senti. Senti's great. All the guests present today are very important. You certainly made my heart skip a beat with your suggestion, or you would, if I had one. Enough small talk. This is more to do with you than anyone else. What do you plan on doing? I spoke with my master just now. Since both you and the candle holder of the Sui regulator are here, may I make a proposal? May we have our guests assist in the placation for this year, as it seems fate has intended. Placation? Placation? Fucking Joe. Gia. Oh, you were trying to say Gia? Fucking put in Joe? Dude, my favorite Sui sibling, Joe. Love him. Joe Sui. Sui regulator checks on the slumbering bestial Sui and reinforces the seal on the tomb of Sui. This process is called the placation. It has always been the most experienced candle holders who handle the affair. The rogue proxy entered the tomb of Sui several days ago. There's been no news since. Sui regulator is likely vexed about how to conduct this year's placation. Oh yeah, that did happen at the end. Indeed, I guess we didn't actually... They did just enter and not come out, I guess, yeah. There's a major matter I must report to... Really think there's time to make a report? That face. Since you're all here, how about a roguelike run? This is quite, yeah, this is like... Ballhead really was like, you guys want to go on a roguelike run real quick? Just go on. If the Grand Tutor asks, tell him I gave the nod. Understood. You, girl, you're coming with me. Me? You don't get along with that candle holder kid, and he'll just keep fighting there. Whatever you're looking for, he can look for it for you. As for you, I want to talk to you about that master of yours. As you wish. What should we do? It's not hard, just go up along the path once you enter the Garden of Grotesqueries and pay attention to your surroundings. It's very simple, okay, very simple. It's a short 20-minute adventure into the roguelike. Other than that, be careful of collections in the Garden of Grotesqueries. The geists of the Master's collection are a far cry from those you saw in the town. You must be careful. You said go up? But we're already at the top of the mountain, aren't we? Where's this Garden of Grotesqueries that you speak of? Infinitely far and infinitely close. When you're on this mountain, you are adjacent to the Garden of Grotesqueries. Taking you into the Garden of Grotesqueries is easy, but reach its depths requires a touch of fate. May I borrow the Weiqi board that you carry with you? Of course, go ahead. May I have the tome you're carrying, young lady? Whatever. Thank you. The passage will now be open. Go through this passage and you may enter the forbidden grounds of the Garden of Grotesqueries. Lines of war, warp and weft, in the order of heaven and earth. Hey, Journey. 150 reward truck levels later. The Weiqi board and book extend infinitely into the distance from Lung's hands, creating a realm within a realm. Mountains turn to flat land in the blink of an eye, and the group goes through this strange space. Fucking reality marble. They step out of it to find a door hidden behind a screen. Welcome to the Garden of Grotesqueries. Will we see something or does it end? Oh. Wow. Okay. Continued in IS6. Oh, never mind. What else do you hear? Here we are. This was a town full of vitality before that disaster, with hundreds of households and flourishing farmland. Many years have passed, and now all that is left is... Come out? Oh, Geists. Ooh, when is IS6? Before Otto, yeah. It should be pretty soon, actually. It might be like next week. We had the date for it in a data mine. 5 days? Okay, yeah. Yeah, next week. Normal update. Next week update. Thursday. You. Yes, Master Lang? Are all of you here? Looks left and right. There's some broken tiles and bricks amidst the ruins. Not much time has passed since they awakened. They do not yet understand language. Should they be brought out? Let me explain why I'm here first. All of you must leave this place. What? Everyone who lived here has either died or departed after that incident at the Tomb of Sui. Or you are mundane artifacts that have gained sentience from the incident's aftermath, wandering this place. Perhaps you've already sensed the presence of a garden above the tomb, which ye calls the Garden of Grotesqueries. Neither Jan nor the siblings will tolerate the presence of a geist-infested ruin in the vicinity of the garden. We understand. But where can we go, Master Lang? Ye said those of good form or quality can find a home in the garden. Rest must be cleaned up. No! You have 1 month to prepare. All traces of the disaster should be gone by then. Is this disaster the one that happened during you event, or the previous one way before? East area has been cleaned up. Also some grass seeds here, and then clean up the west there. Used to be a river that flowed through the town. It'll take some time to clean up the sludge. Good work. Or just following geists doing things. Oh, is the website for IS6 already up? Oh. Oh. You guys are the guys that meet the requirements with reference to the book that you brought. They're all here. There aren't many. Go and help them. And come with me to the Garden of Grotesqueries afterwards. Okay. Oh. Sui regulator visitor. It's busy here. Indeed. Where is he? He went out. He found the surroundings of one of the pavilions a little too sparse and went looking for something to decorate there. Seems like you're the only one around whenever I visit. That's why he built me. He can be quite communicative to people and things that he's interested in. He would talk 3 days and nights to a child just to obtain a stone, even if scolded and abused. Can't stand to be around your kind for even a few minutes. It's for the best, I suppose. Couldn't stand by his fake hospitality either. Back on topic. Things aren't proceeding a little slow. 7 days have passed and only a small part of the ruins has been cleared. Slow? Clearing the rubble is the easy part. Probably handling hundreds, if not thousands of objects touched by geisthood. But the Sui Regulator knows full well how arduous a task it is. There's an easier way, no? If my ears didn't deceive me, some weird geists are following you back to the Garden of Grotesqueries. Do you mean that I should take all the geist-touched objects, bricks and tiles, weeds and branches, chairs and tables, cups and plates, back to the garden? Yes. You don't have the space. Didn't you say that ye thought the garden was a little sparse? Sparse? Did I? The awakening of Sui caused great upheaval in Baizar and the surrounding lands. Your sibling has paid a dear price, even. Okay, so yeah, this was back then, I think. He says that is all in the past. Siblings do not wish to speak of it, especially not with you. In any event, the affairs of the garden have always been the affairs of the people. If it sits atop the tomb, pinning the slumbering one in a dream, pacifying the evil that would threaten Baizal. Oh. Think you're mistaken about something. Oh? Garden of Grotesqueries is first and foremost ye's garden. Home to the rare and delightful, the eccentric and grotesque from all four corners, from ancient times to present. Ye would love to have the sights of the whole world in its boundaries, and would gladly move the entire garden's layout for the sake of one little rock. It is not a tool for the Sui Regulator, certainly not a trash heap for the tomb of Sui. I will deal with the geist near the tomb. The Sui Regulator should not presume to interfere with anything else. Hasn't the east side been cleaned up? Why is the weregeist going that way? Don't question them. He just told you to not question them. Someone's coming. Stay out of sight. They're gonna... Okay, yeah, it took a while to disappear. This is it. This is the place. At long last. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize there was somebody here. You're a human, right? Nothing you need to worry about. If I asked someone, you're a human, right? And they answer with, nothing you need to worry about, I would maybe never in my life be more worried. Well, sir, are you one of the mandarins assigned to watch these hills, judging by your attire? You could say that. This place has long been abandoned, the roads broken and overgrown. No civilian has approached it in many years. Who are you? You might know there was once a town here. I used to live here. It was a long time ago. Yes. Disaster happened many years ago. Terrible event that no one could truly describe. The town was destroyed overnight. I was a young boy at the time. My whole family was. By sheer luck that my whole family was. It's by sheer luck that I survived. The way that I read that, I implied that the entire family was young boys. I went to Jiangxi and lived there for many years. First time I've been back. Jiangxi is a long way from here. Very long way. Spent most of the money that I saved over the years on this journey. It's an expensive journey. Just to see these ruins? No, I plan to rest for a couple of days and get about fixing this house and clearing some farmland around here. It's maybe not a good idea. I think my journey has come to an end. I don't understand. You found a new life in Jiangxi. Why are you obsessed with these broken ruins? They may look like ruins to you. Broken beams, cracked bricks overgrown with weeds. After all these years, I still remember how I hid my pocket money in a corner of the house, buy sweets from a passing peddler. Remember fighting with the neighbors' kids, bringing lunch to our parents in the fields together, going to class at the school on the west side together. It's my home, sir, even if it was destroyed. As you say, it was destroyed. Remember the disaster? Aren't you afraid it may strike again? Catastrophes everywhere on this land. There's no haven that has never been touched by disaster. Disaster might interrupt our lives and we'll come back after it's gone. We'll fix the houses, clean up the fields again and again, as it always has been, for centuries and more. How many others who fled this place before I set out on the journey want to come back, just like me, before long? Given enough time, even objects form an attachment to a place, never mind humans. You can't stay here, or at least not for a few days yet. There are official restrictions in place for this area right now. Go and stay at a nearby inn and wait for the announcement. Alright. Ouch! Did I trip over something? It's nothing. I'll see you off. Spooky ball, floating ball guy. Come out. Tripped over a little funny guy. Silence. I suggest you come out while I'm still asking politely. There's rustling in a corner, and a weregeist in the shape of a bottle emerges from its hiding place after a while. That is not a bottle. No matter how much you call it a bottle-shaped entity, that is not a bottle. It was you. You were the one who was running around when the soy regulator came, weren't you? This place has been cleaned up while you're hiding here. You don't want to be destroyed? Do you want to come with me to the Garden of Grotesqueries? Shakes left and right. Do you want to stay here? Shakes up and down. Why? It's his home! I'm waiting for someone, sir. Waiting for someone? The ones who made me. A scholar by the name of Lanke, and a woman by the name of Baijin made me, when this place was still a town. They said I was the first thing they made for their new home. Fucked up callback? When they got married, they put me in the most prominent place in the living room and put a new flower in me every day. Never forget. They shaped me and put me in the furnace, then went off to do other things while I was being heated. Then the disaster happened and they never came back. I've been waiting for them. You're not going anywhere? I'm not going anywhere. Who was Lanke? It's the very pretty husband. And the wife. The ones who are both dead. Sir? Please don't be angry at it, sir. The scroll-shaped entity stands before Leong and angles its upper half forward, its bamboo strips turning white at the effort. That's also not a scroll. Are you bowing? Indeed. I learned that one should bow politely when making a request. Oh? There used to be a school on the west side of town, and I laid on top of on the top layer of the bookshelf. The teacher told the students, "Manners maketh man." He said it many times, and I remembered. It didn't mean to disobey your orders, but has no other thought in its mind for so many years. Could you perhaps oblige it? The scroll-shaped entity once again bows. I won't let you hurt it, no matter your answer. All these little guys. The sword-shaped entity puts itself in front of the bottle-shaped entity and scroll-shaped entity, pointing its head, the tip of the sword, towards Lang. Its blade reflects the sunlight. It's so funny, there's supposed to be all these different shapes, but, you know, it's the same sprite, unfortunately. It's my kindred? Friend? Yeah, that. I have a few questions for you, Bottle. Yes, sir. When did you start thinking that way? I don't remember. Have you ever doubted? Why should I doubt? The man from Jiangxi came back, so will Lanke and Baijin. Young stands in silence as the wind blows through his hollow skull and chest mechanism, causing a soft humming sound. It's me, wind blows through my hollow skull. He looks like he is thinking. Thought the contamination had caused you to form basic sentience, no more than that. You wander around this place, your words and actions limited by your attributes as objects. Little did I imagine that you would develop human-level thoughts and emotions. Exactly. He just said it. Giving enough time, even objects form an attachment to a place, never mind humans. Interesting. There are weregeist that have lingered after the disaster. You remember what the town looked like? Oh wait, so that disaster was the Tomb of Sui disaster, of course. We do, sir. Can you restore it? Yes. Are you willing to live together with humans? They didn't answer right away. Oh, music! No longer silhouetted. What have you been doing behind my back, Liang? What is it? I told you to clean up the ruins, destroy the weregeist that should be destroyed, and bring back the weregeist that should be brought back to the garden. But you built a town? Liang built a town? You're talking like you don't know. Also, why is this music so much louder than the other ones? I'm your creation. My thoughts are your thoughts. My deeds are your deeds. I see, I see. Besides, this is the best solution, isn't it? There are too many guys touch objects around the Tomb of Sui. Simply destroying them or throwing them into the garden won't solve the problem. People are returning to this town, long after it was turned to ruins. Your account of the changes in the Geist is interesting. But the Sui regulator must have complained about letting Geists live together with people. What do you say to them? Told them we'll keep an eye. He and I, just the two of us, could have a hard time watching over all the Geists if all we have is a single garden. Just the two of us. What if the Geists get out? It would be like what happened to Mengshang Town. The Sui regulator would take the brunt of it, then Baizhao. Good. Never have to worry with you charge. Shisha. Anyway, it's a good thing. Town in the proximity of the garden will delay those of ill intent, giving us time to welcome our guests. Now, clean the garden. Let us welcome our visitors. Ooh, IS6 time. Wah! You know, kind of almost feels like it actually would have made sense to have this sprite on this story, you know? Also, yeah, we do have to wait, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, we cannot do it yet.
Doctor.
So true, monster. Oh yeah, debated with it. Well, especially for, it does feel like they just didn't have a sprite to put on it, like another sprite, because Liang was not apparent in that vignette at all.
Doctor.
Also, I mean, that vignette was by far like the most sort of, in a way, disconnected. It was just like teasing Yi. Which, so it would have made more sense to actually have like a silhouetted sprite of Yi there. And then possibly, well, and then I guess they wouldn't have had a spot for record keeper possibly, but also yeah, the Radiant is still. I guess we'll learn. Maybe we learn that when we actually get IS6. But yeah, Radiant is obviously the free operator from IS6, and I am wondering, is Radiant actually in IS6 or is she just the operator reward? I don't know which one it is. Could mean the Moi would be the welfare. Well, because we can't get her. They're fucking gone. Well, I mean, she's kind of gone, but not fully. But I'm not sure if Mo Yi would have made sense as the welfare. She's like, you know, currently a slightly evil woman, kind of. So I feel like there might have been like someone completely new or something, possibly. But yeah, I am wondering if, like, why Radiant? Radiant is a bit of a funny one. Like, yeah, I'm assuming it. I may be that indeed. It's just obviously Radiant didn't even appear even in this part. So it's like, will Radiant indeed pop up then once IS6 is actually here? Like, she is indeed, you know, sort of a Rhodes perspective on what goes on in IS6 then, or what goes on. Because obviously there was a bit of the thing of like Radiant, when Radiant was revealed and everyone fucking loved her. So there was obviously like, did they get a playable Radiant out? Kind of because the reception to Radiant was just so good. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yi selling the garden as a horror attraction. Well, maybe, well, that's the Yi doesn't want everyone coming around, so you know. You filter some people by advertising it as horror. Remember when C and IS6 promote vid treat those guys like they're monsters, just objects trying to be human? Well, yeah, that's, you know, it's a classic dichotomy of like, oh my god, the inhuman monster maybe isn't an inhuman monster? Inhuman, but not a monster? Do you have any real screen time on the Stronghold Protocol? A little bit in chapter 15, and I think she has more in chapter 16. Where else was she? Well, actually, technically, in a way, she actually had screen time all the way back in chapter 7. We just didn't see her. But she, like, spoke and everything. We just didn't have a sprite. So she wasn't on screen. Why'd the music stop suddenly? I also... What the fuck? Is my fucking... What is it doing? It's fucking lagging the hell out. There's a way or like comment here. I wonder if Western players get the super Chinesey culture they put in the game. I'm from Chinese influenced region, I still find those a bit difficult to understand. No, they're tricky to understand, for sure. Absolutely. I have to just like vibe things out and slowly get used to like the story concepts and stuff. Very much so. And then just like, you know, have people explain it as well. It is much harder. Like, it is, you do have to like, huh? In some ways it's kind of fun like figuring out some of the stuff, because it is like a culture that I'm more unfamiliar with. That there's an element of like it being a little interesting just figuring it out. Obviously then there's, you know, some of the other areas in obviously Arknights I'm like much easier, I'm like way more familiar. Because I wonder how sometimes, you know, I'm like also wondering like, what about all the areas that are so like specific European? Or like Sami, right? Like Sami stuff. I expect Sami stuff actually to be like really strange actually to a lot of people. But I'm from the Nordics. So there's actually like a vibe and sort of thing that I like kind of instantly get, I feel. Where it's like, oh yeah. Yeah, that's like Nordic paganism stuff. Yeah. Even though I'm like I'm not a fucking native whatever. But like, because it just exists here. And like there's sort of that sort of stuff, just more present. Cookie ever continue reading? I think he has not been able to read for quite a while. He has fallen behind. Still not how sure how to properly pronounce IS4 name. Oh, Expedition is Joklumarkar. Actually, I'm not 100% sure, because it's like Norwegian or Icelandic more. But it's like Joklumarkar. Expeditioners. Let me actually check how indeed. Yeah. Okay, but it has a funny O in it. And it's like more, it's like, I think it's a more Icelandic particular pronunciation. Or like word. Expeditioners. Joklumarkar. Which obviously, that's the funny part, is that actually most of the indeed the words and names and so on that they have in the Sami stuff are more like Icelandic, Norwegian, Swedish language stuff, because that's like the, you know, the more common language type in the Nordics, obviously. Finland has a completely separate language family. Our language is utterly and completely different. So in that way, actually, it was like, when it comes to some of the language stuff, actually, in here, I'm like less knowledgeable. But then there's just like other elements of it that are the same. Reading the Shu event right now, Wuling released Dahon in 3D. It quite is. It very much is. In like the best way. Yeah, well, yeah, weird. Obviously, yeah, that's the thing. Not these. A lot of the stuff is also indeed obviously not actual modern day Nordic stuff. It's old stuff and mythology, like mythological stuff, and all the paganist religions and things like that. But I mean, like, still, I mean, you know, Sami. This is literally the native people of the Nordics are the Sami. They live like way up in the north. So I exist where they exist in a way. Anyway, let me check what my friends are currently up to. Let me check what their situation is. I'll check with my friends on what their schedule is currently. Wuling needs bigger rice fields. Yeah, there's one area in Wuling which does have some of the rice fields we have in Beta 1 as well. Like the techno rice fields. There's not as many of them. Or it's not as like, it's not as central of a part, which however makes sense, because now there's a lot more to it. In Beta 1, it was like super unfinished, so. It was like, you barely can even call it like an attempt at being finished. It was like a tech test area almost. Took away the concrete farms. Listening though. Okay. They're going for a little bit more. Wondering what I actually do. What am I looking for? Wondering what we could do possibly, unless I actually just hop off slightly early today. The reading took a bit longer than I thought it would. How long have we been going for? Just under 4 hours? Yeah, it was a slightly longer vignette event. Usually they're like 2-3 hours. This was closer to... Well, I guess with some of the, you know, little break here and there, it was a bit over 3 hours. So not like actually insanely long. And obviously, you know, this one is, you know, it's connected and kind of gets its finish actually once we get to IS-6. Very much like the Typhon event as well. Because, yeah, well, I mean, when was the last? Oh, the last vignette event. Was it Ray? Was Ray the previous vignette event we had? I was gonna be like, these are mostly vignette events almost feel mostly tied to like new IS iterations now, but no, they're not. It was, well, yeah, last vignette was Nymph. No, Nymph was earlier. Last vignette was Ray, because Ray was a bit before like chapter 15, wasn't it? Oh, Enchilada was the last vignette. Was Ray before Nymph? Ray was before Nymph. It was Ente Nymph Ray, wasn't it? That's what it was. Yeah, Ray was before Nymph. I forgot. Yeah, Ray was before fucking Wishadel. For Gore. Holy moly, it was so long ago. Ray was like over a year ago. But yeah, Ente was the last vignette event. But obviously now vignette events are all... that's the thing with vignette events now, that they are always like sort of a... They're like a smaller little story portion to more directly tie into something that's like coming soon. Yeah, that's the thing. See You Soon was like epilogues and prologues to main story stuff. So... I mean, and I mean, this one was epilogue to IS-6. Nymph was epilogue to IS-5. Ray was kind of a bit of a prologue bit to some stuff. Because actually, like, you end up, you know, in the Ray event, you end up having a bunch of, you know, Dr. Amiya stuff. Which obviously suddenly becomes relevant with chapter 14 and 15 and so on. And then Death in Chunfen is actually pretty separate. It just happens to take after Chongyu event, but is more separate. And because that's the thing, the couple first ones were just here. Wrong one. Because the couple, well, okay, Ancient Forge was a fucking whack-ass one. But yeah, Operation Intelligence stories were like random sneak peeks into some other operators or just like mini stories. Rewinding Breeze was also just kind of mini stories. Here Beyond was, I guess it was still mostly like sort of mini stories, yeah. Preluding Lights was mini stories. So it really did actually continue for quite a long where it was just like mini stories that then somewhat tied into like, maybe tied into little bits here and there. And then Vigilo came along and everything changed. Then suddenly, then you have Pinna Sylvestris direct into Near Light, Lightspark in Darkness into the Victoria arc. To be continued, obviously, is like a bunch of epilogues for previous stories. Obscure Wanderer directly after Near Light into Leithania arc. Death in Chunfen directly after Chongus event. But not actually, like, Death in Chunfen is a bit more separate. Black Forest directly into IS-4. Grinning Valley connecting like Amiya Doctor stuff. And then obviously Castellian Rescue and Seiyuzun. Still need to read those? Damn. Well, they don't take very long to read. They don't take terribly wrong. Terribly wrong? Long. Also, you don't need to read Ancient Forge, okay? Like, just don't. There's actually no reason to. It's kind of like, I don't want to say dog shit, but like, damn, is it not worth it? Even though it's really fucking short, it's really short, it's still not worth it. Also, obviously, we have a bunch of skins. Fucking Rat getting more skins. Rat has so many skins, man. Do I buy this one? I really like the art. The art is really cool. But I remember we went through the animations and they're just not as fun as default animations, but he just kind of looks cool. Once again, speak out against Ulpiana's skin. Generic man with a sword. Kind of does though. He's missing his hat, but I like sometimes seeing them without the hat. Also, he kind of does have the hat over here. Except, I think this is not technically a hat, but it's like positioned exactly to be a hat, and it looks incredibly Bloodborne. This is the default Bloodborne hat. Just straight up. You can just summary skip all year one events outside of DM and you're not going to feel left out. Not terribly, no. Not a whole lot. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just like, he looks cool. Like, his outfit and everything is really cool. But then kind of everything else is... I have 137 rocks. I don't need to buy Pozzy's skin. I like Pozzy's other skin much more. I like Pozzy's winter skin the best. It's also live 2D, so... Oh, give me a second. I have some sus behavior going on in... Something sus going on in the Discord. Give me a second. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I don't care. Suspicious or spam account. account made 1 day ago, joined 5 hours ago, posts a message with nothing in it. Default, whatever, like profile and everything. Deleted. I didn't listen to Banter. Well, I listened quickly to some of the new Ian voices, but not all of them. That was the video. Saga is pretty fun. They actually, I think they did a pretty good job with Saga, which is a high bar. The most that look, we have exactly a couple of extremely important ones.
Sever all desires. Cleanse the six senses.
They're the most important ones.
Natto gohan.
Yes.
Aburage.
Yes. Because I mean they're just bilingual. It's just a Japanese one.
Natto gohan. Aburage. Natto gohan. Natto gohan. Aburage. Aburage. Natto gohan. Aburage. Aburage.
We're simulating using her in battle.
Natto gohan. Aburage. Natto gohan. Natto gohan. Aburage. Aburage.
She's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh, your Rosmontes EN is it's actually just ASMR. Just straight up.
Doctor, I'm not very good at files and reports.
It's a small cat ASMR.
Do you think you can assign me to another position? I don't need to do anything.
There should be a question mark
All
here. Yeah.
I need to do is be here. Doctor, you're a bit strange.
A long ass voice line because they talk so slow and calm.
Everyone at Rhodes Island is my friend. The elite operators and my squad mates are my family.
Yeah, JP
Dr.
Rosmontes is now really
Toxic.
good as well.
She doesn't want me to treat them as family. I didn't get it at first, but now I do. They're like
ASMR though.
flowers in a vase. They'll wither and leave.
What other? And there was a lot.
when
So
you're
yeah,
not
because don't we
paying
have?
attention.
Do we have EN dubs for
You're
like
all I have.
everyone now? Wasn't this big huge batch giving dubs to everyone who was missing? It's supposed to change you, would Everyone except collab stuff. Okay, yeah. That's fucking wild, actually. I didn't realize we were that close to actually EN dubbing everyone. Everyone who can have EN dub now has. Okay. I'm just so used to Rosmontes JP. I think that's the thing with specifically with OG Arknights. Why I use a lot less like EN voices. It's just that I've grown so used to almost all of the JP ones. Because I think when I started, the CN dubs were maybe only just coming in, or maybe there was some of them, unless they were at the start. Were CN dubs at the start, at launch? And was it just the regionals that came later? Dude, Mountain's EN voices. What a choice, what a good... They did the correct thing. When did Cruise 2 get a skin? Cruise 2 has had a couple skins even. This was even a freebie skin, I think. Maybe. This was done like, I think this came with Dungeon Measure or something. Oh, this one actually may not have been a freebie. She has 2 skins even. She even got 2. This one got tummy though. Cruise tummy. Eyes open in none of them though. Columbia Victoria operators English. That is one thing obviously, yeah, I feel like have some in there. Because, you know, for Columbia Victoria, it would make sense for them to speak the English. Eyes open is 6-star cruise. Oh. Obviously, I do have some on Italian.
Organizzare I file. C'è ancora una montagna di cose importanti da fare, Doc. E va bene, se insisti, ti aiuterò. Ma faresti
I mean, it's just so hard to resist having, you know, some of the unique languages. It's impossible to resist. Did she have a German voice? Oh, no, didn't. Damn. I know the EN is a German voice actor, however, but she didn't have like a specific German voice. Oh my god. Oh my god. Speaking of Italian.
La gestione di scartoffie e fascicoli devi affidarla a qualcun altro. Però, se ci sono persone che vuoi proteggere o eliminare dai giochi, dammi la lista dei nomi.
Oh
Ci
my
penserò
goodness.
io.
Yes, ma'am.
Questi sono vestiti e spuntini per Lisa, mentre qui ci sono dei regali per i suoi amici. Invece in
Come
questa
teaching me
scatola ci
Russian.
sono dei vecchi libri. Suo papà ha insistito affinché glieli portassi, ma non so perché. Quando mia figlia arriverà, sarà lei a occuparsene.
Oh. What is about, man? Italian woman.
Odio e rancore son da scartare, salvo in un'esplosione di rosso autunnale. Letale è la danza della dama elegante. Di rosso si tinge il fiore sottostante.
Oh. I think I'm pretty sure I have Texas on Italian, yeah.
Ti proteggerò io, Doc. Non si tratta solo della missione. Ogni nostra riunione è un momento di cui fare tesoro.
There's something about Italian. For some reason, like, I feel like just the quality of voice that Italian Texas is like the perfect match. I don't know what it's like. It sounds like, yeah, that's Texas. Like, yeah, that's her in Italian. It's like, what? Huh? But then I don't keep Lapland in Ian, I think. Yeah, or Ian, Italian. Because Asami Ima is just kind of crack. Like, that's Lapland's voice. It's another one of those cases where it's like, I'm so used to, like this is Lapland's voice to me. I just can't hear anyone else except this is Lapland. Just I can't. It's hard coded into my brain. Especially since I used Lapland was my, I think, first 5-star, and I've used her from like the start of the game as well. So I've like been hearing JP Lapland from the start. So it's like, nah, it's just hard coded. I actually can't do anything about it. How many of the dubs just feel like, yep, that's them in that language. It really is. Okay. Some of the earlier EN dubs. Not maybe the greatest. A lot of the early ones, really hit and miss, mostly misses. But then at some point, they just like locked in once they started doing all the more regional stuff with voice acting or EN dubs. And I was like, suddenly like, hey, never mind. Okay, go off, king. Oh, yeah. Russian, yeah. Helliger's Russian VA was in the CN stream. Where is Helliger? I don't think I even have Helliger in Russian. That's the wrong one. Here's Helliger. I just never changed it. Wrong one. Wrong buttons. Oh my god.
Погасить пламя войны можно лишь ценой долгих страданий. А
You mean
разжечь его, хватит и одного заблуждения.
The same voice for the anime, either JP or Ian. So anime only actually anime has CN and JP dubs, and yeah, JP is still all the same voice actors. JP dub would never in their life use a different voice actor across different like material. That's kind of one of the big things about JP voice acting, is that once a voice actor is the character, they are always the character. Like there's never a replacement unless the voice actor like retires or just dies. And sometimes it's, you know, if there's like a small child version and then there's an adult version, they'll have a different voice actor. And depending on the character, not even for that, I think most for most female characters, they will just be the same voice actor for the child version as well, because obviously the women have an easier time making a child voice. For a male character, it's a bit difficult for have the dude who went through puberty do a small child's voice, so that's a bit trickier. But otherwise, they just like always have the same voices across, like, unless there's a specific reason to switch them. They're like, because I think in Enfield, I think Ardelia's JP voice is not the same as Aya. So they changed that, for example. But for example, Pog is the same voice. Levitain is the same voice actor in JP. That is... I haven't checked all the ENs. I think for ENs, it's more, less surprising for there to be slightly different voice actors across stuff like Enfield and Arknights. Some of them might be the same though. And obviously, apparently, M3 and Monster share both JP and EN voice actors, so. But also just kind of, there's something about JP Monster as well that just like sounds Monster to me.
正しい手順なら何度も見てきた。それで権限記録の変更はどうするのだったか?
I'm wondering if I should almost switch to EN if this is not the same voice in Enfield. In Enfield, I'm going to be listening to EN.
Don't worry, this is all routine work. I've reviewed the correct process numerous times.
Is it the same voice actor?
Now, how do I edit these permission logs again?
Actually, voice is better in Enfield.
Yes. I declined Dr. Warfrin's request to perform a scientific examination
That's not a bit
on
different.
you.
I'm not sure if it's
as
just a
per
different
Katz's
performance and like
instructions.
different recording, almost quality.
She wants to study me too? It's worth considering.
I should at some point also just go listen to, I guess,
analyzing the knowledge
JP
and
Monster
memories I've
actually in
acquired.
Enfield, or M3
I know
rather.
what she wants.
I think I
and our
haven't done
goals
that
are
actually.
aligned.
Somehow, yeah, I just like JP more here. Like, kind of, maybe it might just be a different quality. Like, even just recording quality. The main thing with... I have to find the line.
Doctor, オペレーターたちと自然体でなぜより効率的
Is it
で
actually-
頑丈な形態をしてアーミアはエリートオペレーターアンチオリジニウム通信ラインは破壊されドクターをレッドはあれは
Is
ヘ
it a
ルシー
promotion?
な生命への期待が彼女は
Oh, this one.
我々の輪廻に終わりをもたらし私に自由と永遠の命それから孤独を送った私はこの孤独を大事に抱えるつもりだドクターこれは自分が何を失ったのかを意識させてくれるものだから
It's this line that to me just is... JP nailed this line so utterly and completely to me that it has once again like hard-coded the performance into my brain as, yeah, that's Monster. What even is it in English? Because I did hear that. Obviously, you heard it in the trailer. That's the thing. It's the trailer line. It's in the Chapter 15 trailer. Where the fuck was it? Promotion 1.
She ended our cycle of reincarnation, granting me freedom and eternal life. And loneliness. Yet I cherish it, Doctor.
Yeah, there's just something.
It reminds me of what I have lost.
It just don't hit the same. It just don't hit the same. It don't hit the same. It feels like a rush delivery. I feel like she did not like get to do her best work, I feel like, on the monster lines. This is maybe like the most important line Monster has. Like specifically the first half, which is the trailer voice line. Is in the trailer as well. It goes so hard, but also so sad. The delivery in JP is fucking perfect.
彼女は我々の輪廻に終わりをもたらし、私に自由と永遠の命、
The pause.
それから孤独を送った。
Yes! Yeah, it's just, it is lacking like the correct emotions. A lot of the lines for EN Monster just feel like they're just kind of being read off. It's lacking like the intonations I felt that should be there. I don't know what happened, honestly. I'm not quite sure what happened. So she will stay as JP on Arknights at the very least. Meanwhile, yeah, JP, however, fucking nails it, however. It's also just that JP has the, like, correct tone of voice and just, like, because Monster's obviously a somewhat complex character in that way. Because there's this sort of responsibility and, like, in a way, long history. And, like, being kind of like an old character. But at the same time, kind of being like a newborn. And some of the JP deliveries just like capture that so well. It's kind of sad people blame these VAs in these cases when it's 100% on the director. Most of the time it is, yeah, it's like there are more than there are many things that happen to bump into it, or that just actually make up the full performance. Like, it does feel like they just the VA didn't get like maybe the correct, yeah, just direction of what kind of voice is being looked for. And then if you have to like do it on some kind of time crunch, possibly as well, and you don't have time to redo that much, then even more so. So I try not to usually blame voice actors, because it is rarely their fault. And because sometimes it's also even just a casting thing. Like, sometimes it's literally just casting of, like, you just maybe cast the wrong type of voice for a character. So, and yeah, because yeah, in Enfield M3, I don't really have any issue. Obviously, we hear very little of M3 in Enfield, but the little bit we do. So, some change somewhere. Yeah, in Arknights, I will keep Monster as JP. I keep most as JP. There are some that have I switched Moinar, actually? Okay, no, I do have... Moinar I might actually switch, honestly. Moinar I might actually switch. Speaking of actually, when I said sometimes it's maybe just not the correct casting, Ulpiana's EN is just the incorrect casting.
I have no objections. If these long-winded documents turned out to be a waste of our time, you would be the one to suffer the consequences.
Like, actually, in like delivery and in a way direction, it's actually all good. It's just that it's the wrong voice. It's also hard being compared to fucking Daisuke Ono, okay? I feel like Ulpiana is somewhat of an example of just being like the wrong voice casted rather than anything else. But it really does not help when your number one comparison is Ono Daisuke. Are we getting some more Spanish voices in Atto? Rose Salt, yeah, Rose Salt EN is... Were Spanish voices in this patch? Where's Irene? I literally just saw Irene. Yepper, Spanish.
Todas mis tareas deben tener que ver con el mar o con Iberia. ¿Cómo? ¿Que tienes demasiado trabajo? Vale, sacaré un ratito para ayudarte. Tengo que volver a practicar con mi cañón de mano en cuanto termine.
They sound like Irene.
¿Hay clases de tiro en Rhodes Island? No, paso. El cañón de mano de una inquisidora no es un arma de fuego corriente.
Bird.
Para dominarlo no necesitas mejor puntería, sino una voluntad indomable.
However, actually, one thing with often with these is because there's another thing that generally JP and maybe CN as well, but especially JP dubs usually are just really, really good in. It's the battle lines. I feel like EN dubs often end up faltering a little bit in some battle lines. Like if they're not sort of battle lines which are like more just normal lines that just use in battle. If there needs to be like an actual sort of you're actually in combat line.
Mi luz purgará el vicio. Mi hoja dividirá las mareas. Mis ojos encontrarán la verdad. Mi corazón será el juez.
It works. Spanish Irene, pretty good. I feel like EN was not the best for Irene. I don't really like Irene's EN. But also, it's hard when it's fucking Rie Kugimiya. And when you don't have the iconic line, which we'll hear very soon. But it's very similar voice quality for the Spanish voice actor. Like clearly an adult woman, but then has like sort of that high-pitched, more slightly childish sound. But yeah, it's pretty hard when you don't have these battle lines from Kugimiya. Waga Yaiba! I can see the gif. Yeah, it's hard to give up Waga Yaiba. And obviously, in Arknights, it's more so, obviously, because in Arknights, unless you go to listen to all these voice lines, right? What are the voice lines you're gonna hear? You're gonna hear idle voice line, and you're gonna hear the combat voice lines. Unless you go, like, just here to listen to stuff. Which does, it kind of emphasizes, I feel often, like, then having really good... Oh, battle results screens as well. Yeah, those as well. Kind of like tangential to the battle voice lines. So you end up hearing those, which kind of puts more emphasis on even if every other line is really good, but then like the battle lines end up being kind of weak. I feel like at least I then might not end up putting a dub on, because those are the ones I'm going to hear the most. Which I think, for example, is one reason that I do have Texas. I think this is why, like, for example, I have Texas Italian on, but I don't have Texas Lapland on. Texas Italian Lapland. Because I think Texas Italian battles are really good.
La fortuna ti ha abbandonato. Ora te la vedrai con me. Qui non è successo niente. Le tue ultime parole? Non mi interessano comunque.
And the sort of the lines in general aren't like, they're just kind of lines that are used in combat rather than being like actual exclamations of like, ha! I attack! Unlike, for example, Irene.
Le tue ultime parole? Questo ti farà tacere.
So these are really good. And now, actually, the Italian Texas I've just had on since it dropped. I've just had it like... Yeah, I've had Italian Texas for so long that I don't know what her JP sounds like. Right? I know what her JP sounds like because it's a pretty popular voice actor. But like, it truly is... Texas in my mind now is just her Italian VA instead. It has actually replaced. It has like recoded my brain. Speaking of, by the way, other dubs that are hard to replace from JP, Exia. No, I didn't get lazy. I barely rolled on lazy. Exia JP is kind of fucking iconic. Oh yeah, we had to go to Rosalt. Where's Rosalt? Where are you? Rosalt EN is even really good. Even just EN is very good, because the EN just speaks Spanish at times. Oh, Cruz JP as well, because Kokodayo? Kokodayo? Yeah, we actually listened to Vulpes Televia a little bit ago. Oh yeah, are they actually? They are! This is just, they just had her do full Spanish instead.
Hey, you awake? Venga, venga, snap out of it. And what's with that dopey look on your face? You said you were dead tired and didn't want to work. So I thought I charged you passed out and got some sick leave. Huh? That smell in the air?
We gotta find the ones where she gets angry. What are the lines where she gets angry?
Slept like a log. ¿Quién hizo esta pesquería de horario escolar?
Finish it! Finish it! Well, we found. I mean, here she's just doing Spanish.
Lista de insultos prohibidos. Bastardos al lado.
This is just. It's actually just in Spanish.
Why you hit me?
Except for literally the last line. The last line is in English. Everything else is in Spanish. This is gonna be the same line, except the last line is also Spanish.
Lista de insultos prohibidos. Bastardos al lado, capullo inquisidor. ¿En serio? ¿Cómo puede ser que...? ¡Ay! ¿Por qué me has pegado?
Funny girl. Funny Spanish. I don't care about Thorn's altar, but we must protect the role's salt priorities. Okay, she can stay on Spanish. It fits her so well. Actually, I don't know, what does her JP even sound like? Okay, the JP fits as well, but like, it's almost missing a little bit of the gremlin energy. Also, you mean Hebrew D9? That's the language name? It's not Jew language, it's Hebrew? Hebrew? Funny Spanish woman. Out the gremlin. Actually out the gremlin by the Spanish. We were just talking about how Lappy JP is irreplaceable. I also cannot go off of Lappy JP. It's impossible for me. The laugh is the big one. It is because it's in the battle lines as well. It's in the battle lines, the laugh. So you hear it a lot. And it's like, the Lappy laugh is the JP one. No other dub does the laugh correctly. It's almost a little fucked up. Also, like, the Sarkids are not Jews, by the way. Just to make that clear. They don't speak Hebrew anyway. They're not really directly based off of the Jewish. What others there are? There was one I was just thinking of. I mean, obviously, okay, this I have Scottish bagpipe. I mean, come on, Scottish bagpipe.
Assistant? The one where you just stand next to folk eye? Nay bother. Saw that plenty in the army myself.
Scottish. Tragodia, French Tragodia. And Phantom, obviously.
And assess combat data and compile reports. That sounds mighty.
Hornian is pretty good as well, yeah. Horn is quite nice, but there's something about JP Horn that I do also really like. Yeah, I currently have JP on, okay. There's something about just the voice quality. Also, the battle lines on JP are really good. Isn't this the Topple line? Oh no, it's this one. No, that's fucking Ian, dum-dum.
I'll sort out your battlefield reports for you.
Of course, I mean, it's very correct that she's British.
I'll stand guard during your rest hours.
So.
Anything else required? I'd prefer you don't keep me idle. The Tempest must wipe out all that blocks the way. Come, best me if you can.
Come,
I'll impart on you all the cries I've heard. You want to topple me? By what?
Oh, there's a little bit of like shakiness in the voice there at the start.
You want to topple me? By what?
I do like JP though. Oh, I have Penance Italian as well. Penance is Italian.
È da un po' che non mi sento così. Sto lavorando a qualcosa in cui
I actually don't remember what JP sounds like anymore. Oh yeah, also yeah. Ian is Allegra Clark. Who's pretty good. And is, I believe, like of Italian descent. Oh yeah, this was JP. Okay, JP's pretty good as well.
複雑で厄介な書類に向き合う方が
It's been a long time since I felt like there was any
Okay, yeah, Ian did
conviction
have
or
like
meaning in
Italian
my
accent.
work.
Yeah, I think Allegra
Rather
Clark is
than sit through show
Italian
trial
descent. So.
after show trial, I prefer to wade through these thorny, complicated files.
I learned of Allegra Clark mainly through actually Star Rail. She's Acheron in Star Rail, and her performance there is really fucking good. I played Star Rail in JP, but then I've seen like the English dubs for her otherwise, and she's really good.
La legge è un mezzo per un fine, e non un fine in sé. Sebbene la giustizia assoluta non esista, invocherò comunque
But also
il suo
Italian.
nome.
Italian. Oh, Ian Grandpa was not great. Did she voice Gilgamesh once? The hell? Which like Fate Gilgamesh? JP Grandpa is really good. Oh, in Grand Carnival. Oh, Carnival Phantasm? Oh.
Forget it. I'm almost retired and it's
Okay,
about
never mind.
time I
No.
enjoyed some
I
leisure.
think I heard some.
There's
Maybe
no
it's one
end to
specific
work.
like
How
line
about
that I
you
heard.
stop shutting yourself in here and
That
go
sound kind
outside
of
with
bad.
me for once. It's a fine day out there.
Never mind. At least this voice. Maybe it was like a battle line or something that I heard.
I will not fall.
Okay, some of the battle lines.
You will not fall. No one will fall.
No, okay, it's funny that all the lines are, you know.
No one will touch that which I defend.
It might be the battle lines that just are like don't hit the same. Yeah, it's just, I think it's just because anime voice acting just trains every single Japanese voice actor to be really good at voicing any kind of combat. Like it's a requirement for them pretty much. They just have to be able to do it. Of some kind of like sort of more action voice acting. And also they have to learn to do it without like having the actual action to work off of either. Just because of how dubbing often works in JP and in anime. So I feel like that just trains them to be really good at it. Ross, is the NVA good? Yeah, I think so. It works for Roz. I'll probably still keep her JP just because I'm also Rosmont is also I'm just now so used to Roz as JP.
Oh. This handful of soil. It can
Does she have the
murmur.
effect on any of these?
It can dance. It is my friend.
The land is as my friend.
ああこの土か彼はさ大地こそが連綿たる山私の声によくどよ祝おうよ
What lines have the... Do any of the lines have the voice effect on them? Which ones are they? It's not all of them, clearly. Oh, I gotta switch to E0? Wait, that's how it works? Yes? Oh my god! Really? They went through the effort to do that? What the fuck?
Oh.
It's there for Ian as well.
This handful of soil. It can
I was because
murmur.
this thing, it's just an effect on the voice. So they can just do that. What the fuck? I didn't realize.
It is my friend.
Oh my god. I never realized.
The land is as my friend.
Wait, but also, so wait, if I even just go to E2?
Oh. This hand.
I didn't realize. Okay, but Mudrock, JP is really good. I really like JP Mudrock. I didn't realize. I never realized. What the heck? E0 exclusive content. Battle 4 too iconic, right? I feel like all the battle lines. This one especially. Battle 2 as well. 2 and 4 so iconic. Because also with Mudrock, the thing is, with Mudrock you hear these a lot. Because of her S2 just, you know, spin to win. Oh yeah, Scene. Scene. Or Scene. Supporter. Which are the ones where... Well, I mean, because it's always the robots, isn't it? Yeah. Where's the ones where she speaks normally? So we can compare. There. Promotion 2 and any other one, pretty much. I think I heard a Ian line of doing the slow line.
Lens will be happy to take care of any
Oh, it doesn't have the
tasks meant
effect,
for
yeah.
Miss Scene has won both nature and... When you see something...
Yeah, I think the only thing that it's lacking is the effect. I don't know why it doesn't have the effect. If fucking Mudrock has the effect dependent on E0 or E2...
Save it.
It's just missing the effect. I think the voice works. It's the same voice actor, like, you know, just like this is just them, you know, this is Scene, and then this one is like way more Genki.
Lens will be happy to take care of any tasks meant for Miss Scene.
It's literally just missing the effect. It just needs the like robot sort of slight radio effect. It just needs like a little bit of that like crunchy like compression or something. I think that's all it needs. Otherwise, it's all good. No problemo. I think I'm pretty sure we checked that. Or like this is, I mean, we checked this like way back, but that like JP is the same for Angelina and Gilberta, but I think Ian possibly wasn't.
Doctor, I made a really strong brew with our new coffee machine. Want to try? You can only have 1 cup a day, though. Don't want you up all night.
Is it the same? I don't think it is. Any tips for beginners on what to do? Just start the game and start playing. It's the easiest way. It's just hop right in. The game guides you. Follow what the game maybe tells you. There's tutorials. I guess the main... I pretty much always say this. For newbies, just so that you can progress like easier and faster, don't ignore your 3-star operators, because they can take you pretty far. And they're much cheaper to upgrade, so you can actually level them. Okay, but this is Angelina voice, okay? This is Angelina voice. This is Angelina. Yeah, 3 stars also important for IS, but that's not newbie. That's not like newbie guide. You're not gonna be hopping into IS, the roguelike, right away. Was Surtur the same VA? in Enfield.
You couldn't even finish the work you're supposed to do.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah,
you're
okay.
asking me for help?
Pretty sure it is. Pretty sure it is.
Stop sending me to teach people Originium arts.
Surtur
I
is
have
Surtur.
no interest in wasting time with common people.
I do have to say, I think I said this at one point. Surtur's performance, the E-end-up performance for, not Surtur, for Levitain, between Beta 1 and Beta 2 is significant improvement. I thought her voice in Beta 1 was a little meh. It didn't really work that well.
Die! You can run, but you can't hide!
Goodness, that was an aggressive die.
Levitain!
Ooh, what? Enfield reference?
Foolish morons!
But I had to go off of Yuhore.
あんた、自分の仕事も
Also, E-end-up was kind of low volume.
私に助けろって言うの？死ね！一匹も逃げられると思うな。
These are also, I've heard these so many
レ
times.
バテイン、愚か者。
I've heard them so many times. They keep Angelina's deployment 1 in Enfield. What was Angelina's deployment 1? Where is she? Deployment.
キラリーと。
Oh, did they? I don't think it's in there. I don't think so. Maybe. Actually, I'm not sure because I played on EN. So I don't know if this is because it's the JP version of this, which is the iconic one. Is this one? Yeah. Maybe JP does have it. I know, because I know there was a couple battle lines in Beta 1 with Gilberta, which kind of ended up being like a little bit iconic, which were kind of similar energy as this one. Kind of like similar energy to this one, just not like the obviously the exact thing. So they could be actually in JP. Actually, could still be in there. But I think no, because JP Gilberta is the same voice actor. I think indeed out of. Also, I don't know if Helliger is the same voice actor, but because I believe Ardelia and Aya don't share. They don't even share, I think, JP voice actor, which is obviously quite rare.
Quenching the flames of war demands prolonged suffering. To ignite them, however, it takes naught but a lapse of thought.
First of all, good. I don't think it's the same. I don't think it's the same VA. Roberta commenting was so short and basic and because I don't remember anything. Oh yeah, because you could even trigger her combo skills and stuff. Yeah, in Tech Test she had like an arts bow attack thingy. Yeah, that was completely removed, yeah. She's changed. I don't think it's the same one. Similar quality kind of, but I think that's like clearly an older voice actor, I feel. Which obviously makes sense. Pog is not as old. Is not portrayed as old. So that's fair enough.
散らかってるって？
Speaking of fucking Exia.
梱包中でした。そうだ、リーダー、もう全然手が回らないからテープ切るの手伝って。
Exia. Apple pie.
ドクター。
When do we get old operators? They have to develop the tech. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if they just have not figured out a way to make like much older, like you know, almost grandpa, grandma models look good for the playable quality. Like, you know, we have the NPCs, but those are more forgiving. Oh, Gilberta does have Hirarito in Enfield? Okay, good. Important. Mantra existence. We're talking about Enfield. In Arknights, we have many old. Arknights, we have old. It is very possible to do in Arknights. I think I wouldn't be surprised, however, if for Enfield they haven't figured out how to model a good-looking old guy. In English, it's now fly. Okay. There was some English battle line in Beta 1 that I just remember hearing so much. Monster's Doctai is very cute. Let me go look at the voice lines for Gilberta on the wiki. I know that the sound files aren't here, but surely I remember just the wording. It's not chats. What the fuck? I want to fly one last time. 0 fucking dead.
ケルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか
Monster. Oh, stick together people was one you heard a lot. Yeah. That was one you heard a lot. Might have been Let's Flip the World. I think that's one of the old ones. I don't think it's in here. I think they've changed the line because I don't recognize it right away. There's one specific one. I guess they've changed it from beta from beta 1 to beta 2. This has been updated, Cubic, I assume. Okay, let me, if I put in, what is it? Beta underscore test. Did I do it right? I think I did. There's so many fewer lines. Except this doesn't have the battle lines. There's no battle lines! No! There's no battle lines! It's not complete. Why is it not complete? Shaking my head, Cubic. It's not complete? How could you do this to me? Damn. I really want to find what that Gilberta line was. What if I go look for just beta 1 Gilberta gameplay? Enfield Gilberta gameplay. It has to be like, obviously beta 1. Let me mute Arknights. And before this is in EN dub. Fucking YouTube and not loading. Show me voice lines. Give me voice lines.
Don't be shy. Come closer.
I need to get to the point where she's using, well, that's battle skill. Okay, I think it's probably combo skill or ult. I just remember hearing it so often.
Feeling heavy? That's right.
That was one of them, which I think isn't there anymore.
Enjoy your flight.
Wee, bloop, bloop. Or maybe I've been hallucinating this voice line. Oh, that one's in beta 2 still as well.
Feel the might of this land.
Honk. Oh, is it? I think it is. It's Gilby Nimble, Gilby Quick. Maybe they weren't in the menu back then. I think that's what it is, Baku. It's that one. Which is like, it's like a battle start line. There it is, Gilby Nimble, Gilby Quick. That's the one it is. That's the one I was thinking of. It's the battle start line. It's the battle start line. That's the one you constantly heard in beta 1. Gilby Nimble, Gilby Quick. And then there's also like the you know, twist your balls with the ultimate. There's that one as well. That's another one. Try to not stumble, your weight just double. It's in my fucking brain because it is said in the almost exact cadence as skedaddle skedoodle, your dick is now a noodle. I can't fucking unhear it. It's the exact same cadence, man. Listen. Skedaddle skedoodle. Your dick is now a noodle.
Try to not stumble! Your way to stumble!
Wait. Skedaddle. Skedoodle.
Skedaddle, skedoodle! Your dick is now a noodle!
See? The exact same line. How'd they do that? Seven years ago, where?
Try to not stumble! Your way to stumble!
I think that's not in the game anymore. I think that line isn't in the game anymore. I think they changed it. But yeah, I can't. I always hear that. I hear it in the exact same cadence as your dick is now a noodle. But yeah, is that not even in? Gilbert. I think it's not in here anymore. It's not an ult line anymore, I think. The ultimates are now, let's flip the world and might of the land. Cozy up with gravity. They removed it. Also, do we not have Gil be nimble, Gil be quick? We don't. We lost Gil be nimble, Gil be quick. How could they do this to me? How could they do this to Gibby? My God. I'm actually almost a little sad about that. Those were like some of the iconic lines. Stick Together People, however, is still here, which, yeah, that one I did hear a lot. That one you also heard a lot in beta 1. Was Stick Together People, which is also a funny line. That's a funny line. When, you know, she pulls you together. Okay, yeah, well. Oh, goodness. Okay. Well, we ended up, this is fine. We ended up instead just going through like dubs and stuff, exploring. I was wondering, because, well, my other option was that if I had a bunch of time or whatever, I'd, I don't know, do like some just like dailies or whatever in Enfield. Because I don't have much to do in Enfield now. And I think I should maybe even intentionally just play less. Because we're like, what? A bit over like a month and a half-ish? Under? From release? That like... It's not really much of a need to play that much. I still want to try out the Surtur team. Like, I'm still going to do that. I want to just get the Surtur team kind of upgraded or whatever to be like a usable level and try that stuff out. But yeah, otherwise, indeed, I'm kind of like... I can probably just wait for a release. She's still busted. Roll for favorites, not for meta. Shaking my head. Casual like a content creator? I mean, both. Both. I'll just be playing Enfield a lot. And if I'm playing games, then most of the time, I'll also be streaming it and so on. So, but funny number. This is true. But I mean, that's the thing. Funny number can be, you know, if your enjoyment is funny number, well then, you know, it's a whole different thing. You know, I mean, yeah, no, my content creation is just me playing the games that I would kind of mostly play anyway. It's kind of what I started it. Full-on sanity refresh to be ahead of the curve when unlocking content. I might use some sanity refreshes, yes. At the start of the game, I probably will use some, like, premium sanity refreshes to be able to get some stuff sooner. But you know, I know that I'm also going to, like... pay into the game anyway already. Like, I know I'm buying like the battle pass and monthly passes like day one, so hope I get more diverse pulls in actual release. I'm hoping I get kind of, I guess, similar pulls that I got, because my beta pulls actually were kind of diverse. So, because that is the thing, you really do want diverse pulls, because you want just more characters to play around with. Though obviously, to some extent, you know, because early game you're gonna run into the whole resource thing, obviously, of like, I have no fucking resources to do anything. Hope he gets last ride on launch again. I didn't even get last ride on like right away. I got her later. I got her as like a pity. Not even my first one. PS Store has it releasing at 2 AM for EU. Is it 2 AM on the 22nd or 2 AM the 23rd? Is the question. How many characters you can expect to raise before first cap? Or like when you start running out of resources? Depending on how far you go, it's like 1.5 teams or something. Inheriting the Game Awards stream schedule. Well, no, they're just inheriting a Chinese time zone schedule. That's why all the Enfield stuff is like released and posted at the time that it is, because it's just Chinese schedule. It's just time zones. It's just time zones. It's just how it is. And unfortunately, that is like the worst fucking time for EU. 22nd, I saw 22nd, so I know we'll get on 21st, assuming the PS Store date is actual release time. Well, yeah, I mean, that's also just remains to actually be seen. Because I mean, it could actually be that it is actual Thursday release. And it might actually be, yeah, Wednesday in some time zones. Or then the alternative option is that it's the same kind of release as the beta. Both betas have released, like, actually on Friday's end. Like, we first got... The first date we got for... Actually, maybe it wasn't. Never mind. Let me think. And we did get the 28th as the first. Yeah, okay, no, they did say 28th for beta. And it was only the 27th if you were like West Coast US, I think. Yeah. It was, okay. That is what it was, yes. And we'll get like the actual, all the details. But considering that, it might actually be indeed an actual Thursday release. So it could be like Thursday, you know, early Thursday actually that shit goes live instead of it being so like, oh, it's a 22nd, but in reality it's actually like the 22nd if you're West Coast US, and otherwise it's the 23rd. But it actually probably is the 22nd then, because the beta date was set as 28th, and it was the 28th, you know, like China time. 28th for most of the world, and then just the people the most back in the past, it was a day earlier, or like, you know, the previous date. But I am probably expecting it to indeed possibly launch like at my time, middle of the fucking night again at like 5 AM, which is when the beta servers opened. It was like 5 AM. I am expecting that. I'm expecting it to launch at a terrible time for EU. What's my time zone? What? GMT +2. I'm in Finland. It's like late Euro times. So I get pretty consistently screwed on time zones for like updates and game updates and stuff. Pretty consistently. I'm usually up at time already, but most people are still sleeping, so servers are smooth. Well, you think the servers are going to be smooth, but depending on like all the servers that you're on and whatnot, if you're sharing servers with maybe people who are not in your time zone. Also, it's a big launch. The servers are probably still going to die. The only reason the servers on beta doesn't die is because there's a limited amount of people. So we'll see. Obviously, that does make it, if it is actually 22nd, well then first of all, I might have to try and get like more time off from work or something. But it does also mean that I'll actually have more of a chance to play before then, like, I have to leave on Friday. I could, in theory, maybe have all of that Thursday to play before I then have to, like, leave on Friday and be back sometime Saturday. Because that weekend, yeah, I have a fucking obligation that I can't get out of. If they do keep the region lock, it is going to be obviously a little bit of just... It's just one of those things where it's like, I guess it exists for a reason, but it is a bit annoying that you do have, like... Stuff is contained within servers. So you have Asia servers, you have EU NA servers, and then, yeah, you can't... If someone's in Asian servers, then you can't, like, be friends or share stuff between servers. At least that is how it is in beta, so... Data centers will not communicate, yeah. I think it's just probably going to be the case. It's just, I mean, that is how it is for almost just every goddamn game out there, so... Kinda just how it is for every damn game. I said fucking and took the whole week and the next off from work. So when the Hosh event drops, I have 2 full weeks of free time for AK and 1 full week of Enfield free time. Dedication, holy. Damn. I don't think I can take quite that much time off. And, I mean, God, I hope something else doesn't fucking pop up at the, like, exact same time. As I already have, like, this weekend obligation. And even for that, I'm going to try and find a way to be back as early as possible so I can maybe still, like, play most of Saturday or something. Because I want to be here. I want to be playing game. And this time, however, I will, unlike the betas, for release, even if it's at fucking 5 a.m., I will then, I will, however, be there for actual server opening. For betas, it just doesn't matter as much. But for release, I'll be there at server opening, even if it's middle of the fucking night. I will, like, take a nap or something and earlier in the day and so on. And just commit to having a bit of a fucked schedule for a day or two. Dun, dun. You have to play the start twice now? Well, yeah, well, because now in release it matters more. I have to be there for the day 1 login. Because, you know, the server is open before, if it's the same as beta, server is open and then a couple hours after that, the server's reset. Or like the daily reset happens. I have to be there for the actual first day of login. I gotta be there. And also that's the thing, is that I'd actually like to be there early to do the start of the game, you know, kind of get it done so that I can get to the newer stuff, like, faster. And that's, you know, obviously a good use of, like, just like marathoning the start of the game to get to the newer stuff. So, wow. And I mean, obviously, I'm still interested to see if they will actually do any significant changes to, like, Valley 4 stuff. So. But obviously, otherwise, more interested in, like, seeing, you know, the actual continuations in Wuling. And obviously, I mean, whatever comes long term. So kind of, yes. The start is more so, I know what I, like, you know, need to get done to get the start going nicely and so on. And, you know, you kind of just, you know, want to get a good start, a good running start into it. And we'll see how well it goes, considering my time zones and my unfortunate overlap with the weekend. Everyone understood why game companies release the game a couple hours before reset? I'm actually, indeed, not sure why that happens. I don't know if it's just, like, a on-purpose thing, or it just happens to go about it. I know the perma-carry 50 pylons and mining rigs. But yep, that is the plan. I will try to do that. I will try and be there. I'll be there no matter what. No matter what. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see. The earlier, just on the Discord, the earlier fake soul that I banished to the Shadow Realm, I think they did also just spam post in every single channel. I didn't even notice that one. Because every channel has a new message notification, but there's not actually new messages because I just banned them and deleted all the messages. And obviously, yeah, you want to unlock the dailies and like your daily login and stuff, which is, you know, there's going to be like a starting daily login campaign and stuff. So it's just, you want to get those, like, you know, you want to catch that first day, which is actually the first couple hours. Haven't seen enough beta to know when that unlocks. It doesn't take too long to unlock it. Sub 1k UID. Is that how it works? Is that even how it works? Okay, well, they got banned. Phase where the game trains you. Yes, it is. Yes, it is the phase where the game, you know, Pavlovs you into your dailies. Yes. I want to say take story to unlock dailies. It will take, I think it does take a couple hours. But if you do just, because you can just do all the main story until you get it. When did you lock up dailies? I think you just need to unlock the full, like, menu. Like the full pause menu. With, like, you know, the watch or whatever. Which is after you connect, like, the first little power thing, isn't it? Oh, is it the Wolfguard cutscene? Okay, so it was a bit later than I remembered, actually. Oh no, you unlock gacha when you unlock the full pause menu. Like, it was Wolfguard cutscene. Interesting. Why is it the Wolfguard cutscene? Just gonna go through Star fairly quickly. I haven't played this. Yeah, no, yeah, you should just play the game yourself. For, you know, for the story enjoys you. There's no point in actually watching streams much. Now that you can actually go play the thing yourself. Is Wolfguard cutscene the first time you go through account level? I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not long from when you connect the power. It's like the next thing you do, pretty much. I think you do some quick bit maybe at the factory, and then you just go to the Wolfguard cutscene, pretty much. But that does take, like... I mean, okay, prologue takes, you know, 10 to 20 minutes, depending on how much you delay. Then the little intro section, until you get Chen, that's at the very most an hour, less, half an hour, honestly. Then you do a little running around and go to the PAC, get the PAC set up, connect the power. I don't know, like probably most, maybe 2 hours-ish? If you're going at a pretty leisurely pace. If you just focus on going through the main missions until you get to the Wolfguard cutscene. I'm looking forward to the whale gacha seasons. I watch to gamble first second they can, getting fucked. So true. Don't see, that's the thing. I won't do that. Well, I'm shaking my head. It's terrible that they're releasing the game to everyone, because now they don't have to come watch me to play the game. What do you mean? Shaking my head. Terrible. Scarcity is good. We should keep people from getting to play Enfield so that they have to watch us play. My god. They should hire me, dude. Okay, so it doesn't take too long to unlock dailies. And because also when you... Actually, I think you unlock... You either unlock also like the login events at the same time you unlock dailies, or when you unlock just the pause menu. I think it's actually just when you unlock the pause menu, which is slightly earlier. Which is after you connect the first power to the tower thingy. And you go back to the hub base. I have a joke I need to tell you because Supa and Uriel didn't get the joke, so I'm planning to burn this second-hand pun book I got today. Okay, try me. I'm gonna do Kanto 9 day 1 on the 31st. Not on the 31st at the very least, I think. I'm assuming I'll have some kind of plans. But I guess I should aim to do... By the way, what an insane fucking January, by the way. Kanto 9 starts 31st and then obviously goes until the 14th. That same week, the start of the Arknights global anniversary should be. And then obviously a week after that is fucking Enfield. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. I got kicked out of the Vietnamese restaurant, and they banned me for life. Burning it right now. No, Renegade, you've misunderstood completely. If your pun gets a reaction of I hate you for saying that, that means it's a successful pun. Doesn't it? Isn't that what a pun is supposed to do? Content. It's gonna be that's quite a bit of content, isn't it? Fucking Kanto 9 into global Arknights Annie into Enfield. Good god. My goodness. How am I gonna manage that? I have only so many like long sort of weekendy streams that I can do. One out of 3 people who found the joke funny, so it still deserves to be burned. I didn't say I found it funny, but it did what a pun should do, which was kind of piss me off. So maybe if you don't get any reaction, then that's the worst case scenario. If a pun is good if it makes you laugh, it's much better if it like pisses the other person off. That's the truly good pun. Talk to a Vietnamese chatter here, it's not even funny for me. No, of course it's not funny to a Vietnamese person. S tier rage baiting book, right? Yeah, puns are just rage bait. That truly is what they are. A good pun is just rage bait. Anyway, I think I should actually be going. I think my friends are kind of ready to go soon. Ended up doing a whole yap about EN dubs in Arknights OG and everything. And other random things. Next week. What do I do next week? Well, next week we should be getting IS6 actually at some point. So maybe we do some of that on the weekend. For during the week, we'll see if I stream. I don't really know. And obviously, well, I mean, we're getting closer and closer to Christmas days here as well, where obviously there will be some busyness. Also, this time Christmas is in the middle of the fucking week, which is a little fucked up. And then obviously there's like New Year's and whatnot. Okay, I mean, we'll see. It's that time of the year where even if I didn't already have an inconsistent schedule, it would be inconsistent anyway. But thank you for coming, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking. To the Discord if you want to. It's actually probably the best way to know when I actually will be live. Next week we could possibly do IS6 on the weekend. And we'll see if I actually try and like film fucking like beta review or something for Enfield, or like maybe more casual than review and more like thoughts on type thing, and like what to expect since it's releasing so soon. Goodbye. Bye bye. Goodbye. Bye bye. Goodbye.